The City Council will meet on Thursday, September 24th, 2020 at 7 p.m. remotely to hold its regular meeting for the purpose of discussing any and all business pursuant to the Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Law 30A 20, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing that strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place. This meeting of the Salem City Council will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and/or parties with a right and/or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the city's website, www.salem.com. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technology means. In the event that we are unable to do so, despite our best efforts, we will post on the city's website an audio, video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of the proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. Agenda backup and documentation to follow. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to watch, listen, and provide comment, if applicable, during the meeting may do so in the following manner. Please note, public access via dial is not currently available. Please utilize the link below on the appropriate device, smartphone, computer, etc. To attend this meeting, if you are signing up for public testimony, please follow the instructions on the agenda to follow. Please click the link and use the password 874820. Go to the website zoom.us/join and enter the meeting/webinar ID number 868-1411-6066 and use the password as listed above. This meeting is live on SATV. Members of the public wishing to speak on the agenda must follow to how to sign up for public testimony outlined in the agenda below. Members of the public wishing to speak during hearings designated as public hearings may do so, and how to participate noted above. City Council regular meeting from our city clerk. Persons requiring auxiliary aids and services, effective communications such as sign language interpreter or assisted listening device or printed material in digital form or reasonable modification program services, policies, or activities may contact the City of Salem ADA Coordinator at 978-619-5630 as soon as possible and no less than 2 business days before the meeting, program, or event. Assisted listening systems available for City Hall meetings. Those interested in utilizing these devices for meetings at 93 Washington Street may be contacted the City Clerk's office at 978-745-9595, extension 41200, or Eileen Simons, isimons@salem.com. September 24th, 2020, City Council regular meeting. A regular meeting of the City Council is being held remotely on Thursday, September 24th at 7 p.m. for the purpose of transacting any and all business. Notice of this meeting was posted on September 22nd, 2020 at 9:35 a.m. This meeting is being taped and is live on SATV and is also being streamed on Facebook through the city's Facebook site. Council President McCarthy presided. Councilor Dominguez moved to dispense with the reading of the record of the previous meeting. All those in favor? Oh, look at all those hands on the big new screen. Let the record reflect that I saw all hands. Opposed. I'm now asked that everyone please rise and join Councilor Hapworth in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Public testimony. First up on public testimony, Madam City Clerk, is that correct, Mr. Stephen Capantis?
Yes, it is. Let me find him. Councilman Solo?
We'll do right after public testimony, Council.
Okay. Okay. Stephen, I'm going to allow you to speak, Mr. Capantis, if you want to unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Steve Capantis, 23A Wisteria Street, Salem, Mass. I'm here tonight to talk on 2 matters, the Indigenous Peoples Day resolution and the ADA transition plan. Indigenous Peoples Day is something that the city must recognize, and I think the proposed resolution is excellently written and captures the correct sentiment. However, I question the proposal of it occurring on Columbus Day. Although one can argue that the arrival of Columbus is quasi-related to the indigenous people of Numkeg, We have our own history that led to the loss of life, land, and freedom for indigenous people here. It started in 1624 with Roger Conant, John Endicott, Massachusetts Bay Colony, and Reverend Francis Higginson with approximately 300 settlers. This was followed by John Winthrop and the Arabella arriving with approximately 700 additional settlers. In fact, the speech by John Winthrop upon the Arabella, City Upon a Hill, a biblical reference to the parable of salt and light, is often used proudly by politicians. In modern day speech, City Upon a Hill is referenced as a beacon of hope for the world, but never recognizes the fact that Salem, or the city upon the hill, was built on indigenous land and ultimately led to their demise. JFK used it in January of '61 when addressing the General Court of Massachusetts. Quote, "I've been guided by the standard John Winthrop set before his shipmates on the Arabella. The eyes of the people are upon us, and our government at every level must be the city on a hill." Reagan referenced it several times from '80 to '89. Quote, "Americans are very committed to the very vision of a shiny city on the hill." And as late as 2006, Senator Obama, his quote, "As the earliest settlers arrived on the shores of Boston, Salem, and Plymouth, they dreamed of building a city on a hill." On June 14th, 1630, the Arabella arrived in Salem with 700 settlers, who were joining the 300 already brought here by Roger Conant and Reverend Higginson. Literally, building the city upon a hill on the land of indigenous people. If we're going to select a date to have Indigenous Peoples Day in Salem, we should select a date that recognizes our own history relative to the demise of these great people. I propose June 14th, the arrival of the Arabella and the precipice of the city on the hill. The easy decision is to jump on the trend of making Columbus Day Indigenous Peoples Day. The difficult decision is to reflect and evaluate on our own history, recognize the past wrongdoings, and select a day that is relative to Salem's history. I ask that you amend the resolution to a date that is in line with our history. Second topic, just briefly regarding the ADA transition plan. I want to say a few words about the plan. First, through the chair, I'd like to recognize Lisa Camerata and say thank you for keeping this topic on the front burner and making progress. Always at the Disability Commission, this is the first topic on the agenda. I much appreciate that. And although I understand the governmental process is painfully slow, and the COVID pandemic has slowed it even further, the transition plan is important and needs to be completed in a timely manner. I ask all councilors, keep this topic alive. Make it part of your subcommittees and your daily conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, I have Lou Seriani.
Yes. Mr. Soriani, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you'd like to unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please.
Lou Sirianni, 6 Spots Court, Salem. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So I think you all have a copy of my letter, which was distributed to you today, concerning my father's service in World War II and the pride that Italian-American immigrants have for America and their Italian heritage. You all have that letter?
It was emailed earlier. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm not going to read the letter then, but I would like to ask 3 questions for your consideration. But first of all, let me say that the previous person that spoke, I thought had a terrific presentation, and one that I hope you will seriously consider, and basically either that date or some other date rather than Columbus Day for Indigenous People Day. I have 3 questions for President McCarthy and the council. Is this resolution intended to share Columbus Day with Indigenous People Day? Or is it intended to replace Columbus Day with Indigenous People Day? That's something I'd like you to very seriously consider. Why are you not considering enhancing November 29th, which President George W. Bush declared Native American Heritage Day, to include Indigenous peoples instead of Columbus Day? And third, would you consider changing the name Columbus Day to Italian American Pride Day? And then finally, this resolution is profoundly disrespectful to immigrants of Italian descent. I ask the council to consider taking it under consideration to amend and revise in committee if that is appropriate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, I have Farah
Wilson?
Wilson.
Yep. Farah, I'm going to allow you to talk. If you could mute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. My name is Farah Wolfson. I live at 25 Pickman Road, and I use she, her pronouns. I have already signed on to the resolution, so I will not state the obvious. I am very much in favor of Indigenous Peoples Day and hope the counselors with the power to vote have done their research. And also as co-chair of No Place for Hate, which was named in the last meeting, I want to say I welcome dialogue and resent baseless accusations and the deplorable lack of follow-up. But my comments that I wanted to make tonight shifted when I looked at the agenda. I found myself rewriting my words to focus on Councillor Flynn's resolution. I would not disagree with the statement that the Salem Police Department often works hand in hand with the mayor's office and other city departments to address civil rights issues in the community. But in a city, state, and country reeling from the expanding list of Black people murdered by police and the trauma that police brutality has on so many thousands, if not millions of others, it is offensive to discuss a resolution that commends, recognizes a police department that is doing a good job, doing its job. We should individually acknowledge our officers who deserve commendation in this moment. But presenting a public resolution praising police performance at this moment is both pointed and painful. It is in fact a direct affront, if not an assault, on those currently feeling an immense amount of pain. I have friends on the North Shore who feel their lives are in imminent danger because they are Black living on the North Shore in Massachusetts. That's something I might have expected growing up in Florida. When I moved here, I'd never expected to hear that. Certainly not in 2020, certainly not here. As someone who believes the police department and the city council should hold themselves to a very high standard, I ask for more. I ask for a city council that understands how grotesque that in this moment of racial reckoning, that this resolution is even on the table. A resolution that, by the way, also refers to protecting the community and fair and just treatment of all Salem residents, regardless of sexual orientation, gender expression, or identity, but does not also explicitly state race. It's absolutely mind-blowing or telling in its omission. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jean Camarada.
Yep, Janine Camarada. Yep, hold on one sec. Janine, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you can unmute yourself, I would appreciate it.
There you go. How's that? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Good evening, all members of the council, and is it Eileen?
Yes.
Maureen, nice to see you all, actually. I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments about the Indigenous Day. I am Italian, French, and American Indian. I come from the Blackfoot tribe in Montana. And I sent you a letter. I'm not going to reiterate the letter. I do want to say that, yes, not only did President Bush make November the Indigenous month, but also November 29th. Obama in October of 2010 also recognized November as Indigenous Day, and so did President Bush just a few months ago. The UN did it in 1934, making the whole world Indigenous Day. So when I see cities and towns, states trying to change, I don't understand why you want to alienate the Italians, because that is what you are actually doing. Because Columbus, unbeknown to many people, has had a revisionist history from a couple of different authors, one being Howard Zinn, professor at Harvard. And he wrote a book called The People's American History, in which he used the underdog to talk about people in history. So he has created an awful lot of hate in today's world with all the superintendents recognizing in Massachusetts that they are using Howard Zinn's book. And there is another book out called Debunking Howard Zinn, which shows how it has created all this hate and lies in American history. So with that said, there's a great woman called Carol Delaney, who's an anthropology professor, who did a huge study. She was a professor at Stanford and Brown University, and she did a huge research. She went everywhere where Columbus was. She read all of the writings from everybody. And her book is entitled Columbus and the Quest for Jerusalem. And his intent was to go to the Indies to get the riches, because at the time, the Catholic Church was one of the main players in the universe, and so were the Muslims. And the Muslims had taken over Constantinople in 1453 as the second eye of the church. And so they also cut off all the trade routes. So what happened was Columbus, being a navigator and being a very Christian man, wanted to go to the Indies to get the riches so he could form an army to take back Jerusalem. Because at the time, the Catholic Church thought that the second coming of Christ was coming, and when Christ comes back, he enters Jerusalem. He did not do all those awful things that was said about him. His intent was pure. His intent was to take back Jerusalem, and as the Catholic Church was doing, trying to convert people to save their souls. And that's what he was doing in the Indies, in the South America also. He didn't take the slaves. He took 40 Caribs, who were the worst Indians ever because they raped, plundered, and cannibalized. If you ever read James Michener, that I did 40 years ago, this one particular tribe. So he took 40 of them to Spain so that he could teach them Spanish, and he could also convert them to save their souls. He returned 39 back. So that was with all the hate about Columbus, which really isn't true. So with that said, I would love to recognize Indigenous Day as a one day. I know that Canada has done it on the equinox, which is June 21st. And for all Indians in their country, I would love to recognize. I have a problem. I'm Italian and American Indian. And I hate that day because everybody wants to, I don't know which one I'm supposed to be celebrating at this point. But anyways, so I would love to have some kind of amendment to the resolution making or tabling this until we can have a great public forum on this to figure out how we can bring everybody together instead of creating some really bad feelings in Salem, because we have many, many, many Italians in Salem who don't agree with this at all. And why can't we all do something for everybody instead of just trying to eliminate one and respecting another? I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Madam City Clerk, next up.
Well, there's Galvin Howell, but I'm not sure if he is on. If Galvin, if you're logged on by somebody other different name, I know that you might not have been able to get on. If you can raise your hand. If not, I know he has a statement, Counselor, or something he submitted to read, I believe.
Yep. Not seeing him, and where he knew he might have a problem, he sent a letter, which I shall now read into the record. Dear Salem City Council, I write to the council today not only as a resident, but as a historian and researcher to voice my opposition to the resolution put forth by Mayor Driscoll and calling and renaming Columbus Day observed in the second week of October to Indigenous People Day. Columbus Day is incredibly important not only to the Italian American community, but for Americans of Spanish, Portuguese, Mexican, and Irish descent as well, as these nations have the direct tie to the admirals' voyages and efforts made to establish a society in the New World thereafter. As has been brought to the attention of the Council, Indigenous People Day is already observed in the national calendar as Sunday after Thanksgiving, passed into law by bipartisan resolution, House Resolution 40, signed by President Obama in November 2009, with related proclamation signed in November 2012. This addition to the proclamation signed by President Trump on October 11, 2019, confirming Columbus Day to be celebrated on October 14th, have settled this matter in the designations of the specific holiday. I encourage the Council to vote to table the resolution in order that a more broader public discussion may be held and a greater historical context can be revealed. Submitted 9/24/2020, G. Varel. Thank you, Varel. Next up is Jane Stauffer.
Yep. Jane, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please. You just need to unmute yourself, if you can do so. There you go.
You can hear me, okay. Yes, it's Jane Stauffer, 1 Washington Street. So obviously there's a fair amount of opposition to the resolution about Columbus Day. I sent letters to all the city councilors last night. I won't read them, but I just want to reinforce that there already is a National American Indian Heritage Month in November, and a day, November 29th. Everybody needs to have their day, and I asked the city council to please vote no to declare and recognize the second Monday of October of this year and all years henceforth to be Indigenous People Day, and please consider recognizing it on the official holiday for Native Americans on November 29th. Or, as some others have suggested, table it until we can have more of a discussion. But please do not vote to declare this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Jeff Cohen. Is that correct, Madam City Clerk?
That's correct. Jeff, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you can unmute yourself, please, and state your name and address for the record.
Jeff Cohen, he, him, his, 12 Hancock Street, Salem. I'm speaking as co-chair of Salem's No Place for Hate Committee. On September 10th, I'm addressing this to Council President McCarthy. On September 10th, Councilor Dibble submitted a late filing, which included the Government Services Committee is ordered to discuss potential bullying tactics of a member of Salem's No Place for Hate Committee and determine what action, if any, should be taken against the committee member. No evidence was provided. The person wasn't mentioned. On September 11th at 12:39 p.m., Farrah Wolfson and I, co-chairs of the committee, wrote an email to Councilor Dibble, copying Conrad Prosnewski, Councilor Prosnewski, who is the liaison to the No Place for Hate Committee from the council. I'm going to read it. It's very brief. Hi, Councilor Dibble. It was brought to our attention that you submitted a late filing at last night's council meeting and mentioned that a member of Salem's No Place for Hate Committee bullied a city councilor. As this may be brought up again, which of course it was for the meeting today, and be discussed at a Government Services Subcommittee meeting, can you let us know who the member is? Also, do you know if the counselor you referenced took any action to address this, such as speaking with Conrad, who was on copy, and the liaison from the council to our committee? As I'm sure you're aware, we take bullying seriously as we fulfill our mission. We look forward to your response. Best regards, Jeff and Farrah. We have not, as of this moment, received a response from Councillor Dibble. We addressed in the July meeting of No Place for Hate, which is on tape, Salem Access TV, SATV, Councillor Flynn's requests and concerns, and we clarified what our jurisdiction was as a committee, and we talked very much about bullying, intimidation that's done online and in person. We expect Councillor Dibble to let the public know at the meeting tonight who committed this act and what transpired, preferably during the discussion and also by responding to our email. Please detail your evidence during the meeting and in the email. It is, as Farrah Wolfson mentioned, really inappropriate to call out our committee in such a disgraceful way without interacting with our committee, without identifying what happened, and ignoring us at this point. I appreciate very much your taking this expectation during the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we on the last one, Madam Secretary? Fazwa Abusara.
All right, Fawaz, I'm going to allow you to speak, Fuzzy, if you can unmute yourself today. Go ahead, Fuzzy. Yep. So we can't hear you, Fuzzy. You get that high-pitched tone again. Can we try it again? Let's see. How can we solve that? I think he's going to try to link in again.
Okay.
Bear with him. I think he signed off, coming back on. Hold on. Fuzzy, you want to try again? Unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
I don't know. Good evening, everybody. Today, I'm going to talk about a couple of things.
Name and address for the record, please, Fuzzy.
Sorry, I apologize. It's Fawaz Abu Shah. Fawaz the night before Christmas, Councillor McCarthy.
There you go. Now I'm going to remember it.
Fawaz the night before Christmas. Oh, Fuzzy, I'm okay with it too. Fawaz Abu Shah, 4 Harrison Road, Salem, Mass. First thing is, I really commend the council for taking the Indigenous People Day. And I'm going to take just about 30 seconds to explain why it's done on Columbus Day. Because of the horrible actions that Columbus committed, not just in the United States, but all over when he came to the new land. And because it's a holiday, we need to make the Indigenous people feel good about it. And I do not mind the Indigenous People Day to be moved any day of the year under one circumstances. We take Columbus Day as a holiday. It's either or. We cannot have both. You cannot celebrate the killer and the victim. So this is why I commend that, and on Columbus Day until that changes. But the sad part to me is injustice for any group is injustice for everybody. And to speak about the Indigenous People Day brings another big problem that I brought in before, and it still exists: Islamophobia. Islamophobia by the city council, by the mayor and her administration, by the Place for Hate, by the Salem Race and Equity Task Force, and by many other groups in the city of Salem. We are, as Muslims, being blocked for any public thing. And this is done by the mayor. This is not an attack. This is actually why we are not part of those discussions. I'm not attacking her. I'm not attacking anybody. I'm just recognizing who is doing what. Because we need to know. Just like Mr. Cohen said a few minutes ago, I am not going to just say and speak generally. I'm going to specify. We approached her. We asked to be part of the discussion about race. We asked to be part of the discussion about human rights. We asked to be part of many things. And this happened through some city councilors, not just on the personal level, because she wouldn't talk to me, but that's beside the point. So if we're going to talk about human rights, we need to recognize all human rights. It's a good thing you're recognizing the indigenous people, but if you're still going to be Islamophobes, then it really means nothing. We need to address all human rights issues. We need to bring justice for everybody. There is no reason why the Muslims who have good number of people live in Salem. We have many businesses, even for people who do not live in Salem, but there are Muslim businesses who are in Salem. I did bring this issue with Mr. Cohen, and again, I know I'm not supposed to be saying names, but I'm bringing it up because he's the one who asked that we recognize who was talking. And I recognize speaking about that 4 years ago, and 3 years ago, and 5 years ago, when it was part of the, when I was on the committee at the time, before I resigned and I left the Salem No Place for Hate. So it's been an issue for a long time, and it's still not being addressed. And since we are in recognizing human rights, I applaud you for recognizing the indigenous people. I actually feel bad that Marblehead and some other of the neighbor cities were faster than us to do it. Because I really want Salem to be the top on human rights. But I hope you as a council and the Salem Race Equity Task Force and the Salem Place for Hate and all other, and the mayor and all the others who are blocking the Muslims of being a voice in the community, please stop. This is not anybody's table to block somebody. This is a human rights. Nobody has the right to tell anybody else you are not welcome or you cannot participate. But you are able to do it because of Zoom and because there is nobody meeting anybody in person. And unless somebody is sent the link, we cannot participate. Zoom is good for dictatorships. It's not good for democracy. And it's sad when I see the city of Salem use it as a forum to actually oppress a group. And by the way, it's not just the Muslims. There are other groups, but as a Muslim, I'm talking for the Muslims. I know the East Asians are being blocked. I know the Buddhists are being, there are many other groups who are not given the chance to do it. But I'm not entitled to speak for them. I did not ask anybody's permission. But as a Muslim, as a Palestinian, as a Middle Eastern, I can speak for this group. As a person who is in charge of communication and public relations for the Islamic Society of the North Shore and for other Muslim organizations, we need to respect the Muslim community everywhere, not just in Salem, but especially in Salem. And we need to give them a voice, and we need to make sure they are in all human rights issues. Anyway, sorry for being upset, but it's really upsetting because I brought it in the council before and still nothing happened. And this is why I blame the council at this point with the other groups. I'm going to move to the last point, and that's going to be very brief about Councillor Dibble order. I happen to agree with it. And just what I said proves it. But again, I'm not going to go with the deep discussions about it. Innocent has nothing to fear. If the mayor is innocent, if the council is innocent, if they didn't do any bullying, if they didn't do anything, they will have no problem facing the public over it. Blocking it or disapproving it is proof of guilt. I hope the city is above that. I know the mayor has enough votes to block anything she wants in the city council and in many other organizations. But this is on you and on your dignity. We need, if it's true, it has to be addressed. And it has to be addressed publicly. If it's not true, it's not a decision by voting yes or no today. It's a decision, we send it to committee, let the council talk, let the people talk, let everybody who has something. If it's true, we deal with it. If it's untrue, we deal with that situation as well. But blocking it tonight or voting no is a proof of guilt. Unless the council and the mayor are guilty of bullying and all these things that came in the order, you will approve that to go to committee. Thank you, and I wish you all a good night.
You. No other public comment, Madam City Clerk?
No.
Before we get on with the rest of the meeting, I'd like to recognize Council Masillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of personal privilege.
Council Masillo asked for a point of personal privilege. Seeing no objection, Council Masillo.
Last Friday, we lost only the second woman to hold a seat on the United States Supreme Court, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. As Justice Ginsburg said, and I quote, "Think back to 1787. Who were we the people? They certainly weren't women. They surely weren't people held in human bondage." Excuse me. The genius of our Constitution is that over now more than 200 sometimes turbulent years, that we has expanded and expanded. Rabbi Lauren Holtzblatt stated so well at yesterday's memorial, quote, "This is Justice Ginsburg's life's work, to insist that the Constitution deliver on its promise that we the people would include all the people. She carried out that work in every chapter of her life. For women and girls everywhere, she will continue to be a role model and will be missed." I respectfully ask my fellow councilors for a moment of silence.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we go out of order to page 12, Mayor's informational page.
Council Turiel moves to go out of order to page 12, Mayor's informational page. Seeing no objection, Madam City Clerk.
We have a request from the mayor to address the city council regarding an update on the city's plans for the month of October.
Council Flynn. Council Flynn, can you turn your volume up? I didn't hear that, please, sir.
Unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Council President. I move that that's received and filed.
Council Flynn moves that this matter be received and filed. All those in favor, show of hands, please. All those opposed, let the record reflect this are 10 plus my own. With that, Madam Mayor.
Yep.
You're muted.
Muted. And Mayor Driscoll.
Always somebody in every meeting. I've only been on 12 Zoom calls today, right? So I appreciate the opportunity to come before you briefly. Thank you, Councilor McCarthy and all members of the body. I just wanted to provide you with a brief overview of some of the thinking going into October. I know that's been on your minds. It certainly has been on ours, and it certainly may be on the minds of residents and small business owners in our community. And just wanted to share with you some of the ways we're thinking about approaching October, particularly the changes in October. I think folks recognize that there's a tremendous amount of planning and effort and coordination that goes into October haunted happenings. What we break into sort of two operations: one, haunted happenings, October 1st through the 30th, and then Halloween. And I know, like many people, we're aware Halloween is on a Saturday this year. It's daylight savings, it's a full moon, and there are 5 weekends in October. So this would have been a fairly well-coordinated effort in a regular year. Obviously, with COVID, it takes on even some additional work. So for me, I wanted to provide you with an opportunity just to, again, high level highlights on one, some of the goals we have, and two, some of the changes that folks might see this year. For us, the three key goals for October, and I do say us, I want to really commend staff within the city, and that's everyone from frontline office staff working on parking issues to patrol, public safety, both police and fire, EMS, dispatch, DPS. I mean, it really involves a tremendous amount of staff. And I think people recognize, the work that goes into it, but I want to call that out. And I don't want to leave Ellen Talkowski off that list either. But for us, our three key goals for 2020 haunted happenings and Halloween are to keep residents, visitors, and employees healthy and safe. And frankly, that's a goal that exists every year. I think we've added healthy this year. It's typically focused on safety and public safety. And this year, given the pandemic, we think health obviously plays an important role. We want to do what we can to allow patrons to eat, shop, and explore and support our small businesses in Salem in compliance with public health requirements. We think that's really important. We do have restaurants that are open, museums that are open, some of the attractions that are open, and folks are doing their best to try and feed their families, keep people employed, and there isn't a gate at the city line. So while places are open, we just want to make sure that they're opening in compliance with requirements. And then obviously we want to avoid any sort of a spike or increase in COVID-19 within our community due to an uptick in visitors or tourism. Some of the strategies that we're putting in place to try and address that, and I want to be clear, these are the things that might be new. We do feel like this is a year that we are going to have to be agile, like everything else during a pandemic. People are learning their way through it, and that we're going to need to work together. The business community, residents, visitors who are coming here, there is going to need to be a coordinated effort to make sure people are intent on meeting these three goals that we've set for our community. So I thought I would highlight some of the expected changes that folks can see. I think for us, we are really trying to work to de-densify areas that typically fill up in October. If you think about the pedestrian mall or some of the nooks and crannies that exist within our community, some of that will mean that there will be changes, strong advocacy, urgency, and requirements for changes. Things like reservations, advanced ticketing, even for businesses that typically is not how they would operate. We are messaging individuals who are planning to come to our community that this is not the year to just spontaneously show up in Salem, that you really need to think about having a plan for reservations and ticketing and sort of thinking about what your itinerary is going to be for the time that you're here. We are anticipating that we are going to need to have road closures. We typically have road closures and they're planned. For the most part, we're able to let residents and business owners know when we think a specific downtown roadway may need to close. We may need a little bit more agility this year. And again, some audibles that are going to need to be called if we see things that look like a crowd gathering or potential for issues. We could expect some road closures. The typical array of buskers and street performers. There are limitations on buskers and street performers under existing state guidelines regarding distance for any of those folks to be able to perform, which means that it's unlikely that buskers and street performers are going to be able to locate in the same areas where they typically do. Things like the Ped Mall, some of the nooks and crannies off the pedestrian mall. The licensing board and the Board of Health are both meeting next week. And we'll be taking up a series of recommendations aimed at, again, trying to keep everybody healthy and safe this year. And it likely will entail some restrictions on buskers and street performers in terms of locations to both comply with existing public health guidelines and to make sure that we're keeping people safe. There will likely also be an extension of the mandatory mask zone, trying to accommodate where people are traveling. We think that Derby Street area in particular, given the House of Seven Gables and some of the activities that take place and the narrowness of some of the roadways, should be under consideration. There may be some other areas. As I think folks know, the state requires any visitors from out of state that are staying in lodging facilities, that includes hotels, short-term rentals, Airbnbs, to fill out an attestation clause with the state that signifies that you're either been COVID tested, had a negative COVID test within a 72-hour period of visiting Massachusetts, or that you're from a state that isn't on the list, that has a lower case count, or that you are planning to quarantine for 14 days, the time period that you're here. We are going to have our own local attestation. We actually don't get a lot of that information from the state, so we anticipate that all of our local lodging facilities, short-term rentals, will also have to fill out a form. I would say that the visitor staying there will be filling out a form that will provide us with access and information that we can also follow up with visitors to ensure that they are in compliance with the requirements in the state of Massachusetts regarding negative COVID tests within 72 hours or a requirement to quarantine. The downtown ambassadors, which have been deployed, will continue. We expect they will be added to city personnel who will also be working to not only enforce requirements related to COVID, things like distances of tables to mask requirements, but it's our typical sort of presence that we want to have when we have, the number of people that we typically see here in October. And we hope that the numbers we're seeing, at least for downtown, are really strong compliance with masks. I'm downtown, just about every single day. And I know our downtown ambassadors, we're keeping tally. We're way over 90% with compliance. We think that's a strong number, and we want to continue to create that environment where people know and expect that masks are required. You will see additional signage going up. We also have digital ads going up. So if you're pulling up an ad anywhere within a particular geo-fenced area, you're going to see our masking requirements if you're a visitor in Salem and you're pulling up to traditional sites. We'll also have more advertising down at the T station. So there's just really not going to be a way for people to not know they're in a mask required zone when they arrive. Table service capacity. I think the governor recently announced, maybe just yesterday, that they were going to increase table capacity up to 10. We're a little bit concerned about that, and I know the Board of Health will be reviewing that requirement. They've already sent out some correspondence letting our restaurant community know that we are at this point we're telling folks we're not ready for 10. We're going to be sticking with 6. Whether that continues through the month of October, the board will be deliberating on that early next week, but that's my expectation, is that we are going to try and maintain the existing number that we do. They also did allow for bar access, or for folks to eat at the bar. We're going to be really clear about what those rules are. That does not mean the typical bar activity that you may have seen prior to COVID. This is eating at the bar, still maintaining safe distancing, chairs removed, that 6-foot distancing, and limitations on the party size, of course. So many of our bars, when you think about the size of them, are still going to be fairly limited. And again, it's eating. It's not, you can't just go to a bar and order drinks. You still need to be having food. Some of those requirements will still exist. We're also looking at ways that we can report out sort of crowd size when we think about what happens on the weekend, tying it to parking or on the ground metrics, and almost have like a crowd meter so people can self-regulate. If you're somebody who's thinking about coming downtown, we'd love to be able to have a spot that you can check in to get a sense of, how busy is it? And we'd be tying that to certain locations, likely the pedestrian mall. And folks could then maybe self-select. Maybe they don't want to go down if it's super busy. Maybe they want to obviously make some decisions about where and how. I just want to get back to de-densifying. A key goal that we've always had around October was spreading people out as ways to keep the crowd moving. That's going to be, important now, although folks should be masked. I mean, we're following a lot of the precautions. We think it's important that we are able to get crowds moving. So you're not going to have external vendors on the pedestrian mall the way that you have in the past. As I mentioned, buskers and other things. So it should be some more room for folks to navigate. But it may be necessary for us also to think about other public areas to have what we're calling sort of COVID safe activity pods, things that you could do in small numbers, reservations, and making sure they're in compliance with the COVID rules, both in number and size and distance. And certainly passive activities, talking with the Park Service about lighting up their properties, lighting up Old Town Hall, things that people can move around to, get your Instagram pic during the day, have a decorated site, and a means to get around and to communicate out where those places are. As another way to take people off of some of the traditional locations that they are. With respect to Halloween, I think plans are really fluid. We typically like to see what's happening, what's the weather. There's so many factors that can play in, but we are certainly mindful that Halloween being on a Saturday, there's going to need to be some additional restrictions put in place, and we'll have more to say on that as we move through the month. I just want to thank the council in the past. We've always had a partnership as we think about October. There's a recognition that it means a lot to our community. There's a lot of pride that goes into October. There's also a lot of impacts, and we do our best to try and manage and balance that, and recognizing that this year is a different year. And we're, our key goals are keeping everyone health and safety, avoiding a COVID spike, and also enabling people the businesses that are opening, enabling people to use them safely. And we'll continue to work toward that effort. And you will see, the full staff and complement of people that you typically do in October out and about helping us police, so to speak, and I'm using that term, in a wide variety issues and concerns. And that completes kind of my overview, and I'm happy to take any questions. Again, this isn't the entire plan, but it is certainly just a highlight of some of the things, the changes that you could expect this year. Councilor Madore?
Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Manager School, for giving us that update. I have two questions. So at the beginning of the lockdown, this body had authorized an emergency fund to respond to the public health crisis. And I was wondering if you could give us an update on where we're at with that spending, and should we be anticipating more spending given we have a winter ahead after October? I think some restaurants will probably, and small businesses, retails, they'll probably need more support financially from us. And we don't know how we're going to spend money, but it's good to know where we are at in terms of the bank balance. And then secondly, I've been getting a lot of phone calls and emails and text messages asking if Halloween's been canceled. I think there's some kind of rumor being spread out there that Halloween's canceled, and it's not I don't think we have a easy answer to that, given that we live in the city of Salem. So I know that it's not a city event that we can cancel, and I also wonder if that we shouldn't just wait for the governor's guidance on how to conduct trick-or-treating on Halloween. And we know that families would want to have some version of trick-or-treating, but is there a way for us to provide some local guidance so that we have a set of rules that apply to what is uniquely Salem's experience? We've done that with the mask order and several other things. So I hope we can get ahead with that. So those are just my two questions. Thank you.
I don't have the full answer on the accounting. I'd be happy to come back to a future meeting. We did set aside, as you recall, $250,000 to help us early on with COVID planning. And we also were fortunate in that we have FEMA reimbursement to cover some items and COVID CARES money that came in to offset some of the costs that we have. We certainly spent some of that money, things like PPE, a number of resources. We actually just received communication that we've got to put in our FEMA reimbursements. There's a timeline attached to some of the FEMA reimbursements for the first round of that. So I can give you more of an idea, because some of the dollars we initially anticipated to spend locally, if we were able to get FEMA federal reimbursements for it, we'd rather use other people's money first before we tap our own. But a fair amount of it was used early on. It's just a matter of if any of those items are going to be reimbursable. And as I said, I'm happy to come back in. I don't have the full accounting with me right now, Counselor, but to provide you with an update. We have been fortunate that we've been able to assist both businesses and homeowners who might be struggling with either rent or small business costs. We delivered PPE to a number of small businesses or provided pandemic kits early. We still do have tenant assistance dollars. I was just talking with NASCAP. They're our partner who are helping us manage disbursement of tenant assistance. It's up to $500 a month for 3 months. We also know that, eviction filings are up. So we do want to connect people who may need that resource. We're trying to spread the word. We'd ask for your help spreading the word. It's the START program. You can find it on the city's website under the COVID updates, that there are still dollars available to support tenants who are impacted by COVID, whose income may be impacted by COVID, and are looking for some assistance to help out. And as I said, I'll get you guys a full accounting. I'm happy to do that. There is just some push and pull between federal reimbursements and dollars that we're spending on city expenditures. With respect to Halloween, we actually had a conversation about that today. We do think it's important to understand DPH is going to be providing guidance statewide. And I think it's important because we don't want to have too many mixed messages around what the state might be saying and what the city is saying. We are going to be convening. We can't change Halloween, it's on the calendar, but I think we do need to take into account obviously the public health challenges around Halloween, and want to land in a place that enables families and young people in particular, right, youngsters, to experience something positive without putting their health or their family members at risk. So more to come on that front. I don't think we, as either a state or a city, are prepared to give a directive or guidance or recommendations regarding Halloween. And frankly, my fear is if we don't have a unified message, you're going to have people, doing things that whether you want them to or not. So it would be helpful for us to get unified on what those rules are. It doesn't mean that we can't be innovative, and Salem's pretty creative. We always end up finding ways to maximize efforts and opportunities. And I think we'll be able to do that around Halloween, especially with regard to sort of the trick-or-treating aspects of it. I think Halloween downtown, being on a Saturday, being daylight savings, with everything that's going on, we are really going to have to be cognizant of the fact that we don't have the large balls. So folks know there's no large balls, there's no parades, there's none of the typical things that might be happening on Halloween. And if folks are here, we also want them to have constructive activities that are COVID safe, so to speak, and also clear directions on when to leave. And we'll be coordinating a lot of that with the MBTA and our other public safety partners. Any other questions or comments?
With his glasses on, Councilor Terrio.
Yeah, they're my anti-glare glasses. Thank you, Mr. President. So I have two things that I want to ask about, one of which we discussed a little bit earlier today, in person when we were at the hotel. I know the current licensing situation with our outdoor dining, I believe, extends in through October at this point. Have we taken any real look yet at ways to kind of stretch that season out another extra month or so, to hopefully get these guys into at least through what should be acceptable outdoor weather? I know a lot of places have been bringing in heaters, and I've seen a lot of places installing them now. Is there anything that we are doing at our end to try and facilitate that? And do we have a date yet? The other question, and I'll just follow up right with that and let you hit them both, is given that we are going to get people all throughout the month of October, we don't know exactly what or where, and we're hoping it's not too much, and we're trying to discourage best we can. I get that. Have we taken any measures this year looking towards the overflow lots that we've used in the past? I know that program has been very successful. I'm not sure how we would operate it this time around if we were to do so, or just to be prepared for crowds if they do happen.
Yeah, so let me take the first one first, the outdoor dining. Yep, we're working closely with our restaurant community in particular around the expansion of outdoor dining and want to maximize that season as long as we can. Heaters have been purchased. We're looking to work with our restaurant community to help offset some of the cost and expense, much like we have relative to the outdoor dining, and try to make sure it's coordinated and it's safe. There are, I'm sure Councilor Flynn knows, there are rules around the use of propane, where it can be located, how it can be filled. We want to be mindful of those steps. We're working closely with the fire department, licensing board, the accessibility issues as well about where they're located. So there is a coordinated effort to work with restaurant communities, blanket purchases. There's a lot of thought going into how do we expand, how can we keep it going. We can't do anything about Mother Nature, but to the extent that we can help our small businesses maximize the opportunities to get people outside. And I think from a consumer confidence perspective, we know that more people feel comfortable eating outside. So we want to extend that as long as we can. The licensing board has the authority to do so. I don't know that they set a date certain other than allowing it to take place. And their meeting is again next week. So they're fully on board with having it go beyond the current time frame of the 31st. With regard to overflow lots, the overflow lots will be available for parking. I don't believe the organizations that typically set up charitable events, running sort of Universal Steel and others, are happening, but those lots, we're anticipating that they'll be available for parking as they normally would, with the exception of perhaps less people directing and coalescing around there. If that's what you were referring to, Councilor.
Thank you.
Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Mayor. I think you addressed most of my questions. Just wondering if you could expand Just a little bit on the expansion of the mask order. I know that just from my own observations, downtown has been, as you said, it's been incredible downtown with compliance. But it did take a little while for people to sort of catch on and understand what the expectation was, and it wasn't immediate for sure. With October right around the corner, just wondering if we have a timeline on when that could happen, and then what neighborhoods that could expand to. Derby Street seems like a logical choice, but McIntyre seems logical as well, and then some of the other areas sort of surrounding the B5 and the Common seem to be attracting some tourists on their way to different areas of the city.
Yeah, I think the Board of Health has definitely got Derby Street a focus on that area, and I'm not sure about other locations, but I'll certainly raise it with them. The key considerations that they take into account are size of crowds that might be inundating that area, and size of infrastructure, right? And so Derby Street's a narrow street, and we know there are activities that tourists typically try to visit, and that's why it's been a target. But we can certainly add some others to the list, and I'll be happy to mention that to Dave Greenbaum so he can look into whether that makes sense. And and the board is meeting next week. We will need to install signage and do all the things that we typically do. And I'm hoping that because it's such built into the culture downtown, that as if we expand that into other places and have the signage up, like we were slow getting signage up. It took some time to line up all the logistics. I shouldn't say we were slow. We were slower than I wanted to in terms of getting consistent signage up. So I'm hopeful that if we're going to expand that area with signage, with the already sort of as-built culture around the downtown, and now the ambassadors are here, right? It took a few weeks to get the ambassadors in place, to remind people, to educate, and they'd be working in cohorts with other city personnel, both inspectors, that will see compliance in those other areas as well. That would be our goal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mayor, excellent job on this update. Thank you for this. Most of my concerns have been addressed. As I understand it, all of the streets will be open for the entire month except for Halloween night. Is that correct?
I don't believe so. I think that we're anticipating the need to have to close streets. There's a couple already downtown that we've pulled parking on, lower section of Essex Street, for instance. And on the weekends, places like Washington Street. I think in the past we have said we know we're going to have to close Washington Street on this Saturday or this Sunday, just because we have a better awareness of what might be what to forecast. And this year, I think the police department is looking at where streets need to be closed, looking at pulling parking instead. And then if we see larger crowds, then can be accommodated with safe distancing. We may have to close streets, as necessary as more of an audible going forward. And that has happened in the past as well. We want to keep as many streets open as we can, keep traffic flowing. That is certainly a key part of the goal. But if it gets to the point where it's not safe to keep a street open, and that has typically been governed by, there's so many people, they're bleeding out into traffic, we can't keep the traffic open. Now it'll be a sort of a combination of not are there so many people that traffic's the issue, but are there so many people where we can't keep the distances that we'd like to see, and not another option. I think I was mentioning this to, I don't know if it was Councilor Medora or Councilor Hapworth. The police are doing a great job of sort of thinking about a triage plan. We may have to close the Essex Street pedestrian mall, despite best efforts, right, to de-densify that space. It just may get busy. We may need to think about closing it off or only allowing one-way traffic in. And so there's a whole series of planning that's going in to coordinate. Do we need to ramp it up? And what the decision points will be if we need to make that decision. I use the analogy of, sometimes you close the pool 10 minutes an hour, right? It's so busy. We just need to close things, let it settle out and happen, and then get people back in. That is not something we want to do. I want to be clear that there's lots of ways to get into the Ped Mall. There are people who work there. There are people who live there. But those are one of the areas, and just some of the thinking that's going on as we think about this October and what we may need to do to manage personnel.
Okay, so it sounds like haunted happenings is still happening to some degree rather than just on Halloween throughout the course of the month. But can you talk, I have two other issues. One on bathrooms. Are we still going to provide bathrooms, porta potties throughout the downtown, which is very important, as we all know. The other issue is on liability. If the mayor can address this, Mr. President, on how does Salem restrict a business from, or a restaurant rather, from
increasing the table capacity from 6 to 10. Whereas it's allowed in the state of Massachusetts now, how can Salem say, no, we're going to limit it to 6? I think we're handcuffing our restaurant owners and the staff from making more money, if you would.
Yeah, let me try and untake the first question about haunted happenings. You know, I think what we're anticipating is, you know, the city is not promoting and marketing, you know, haunted happenings for Halloween, but it doesn't change the dates on the calendar and the season of fall. And frankly, we don't have a lot of competition happening, right? There's not a Topsfield Fair. There's not an apple picking festival. A lot of those events have been canceled. And we think it puts more pressure on people who think, hey, maybe I'll come to Salem. So we're really trying to communicate, like, plan your visit, make your reservations. We're not going to have the typical things happening that attracts just sort of the street festival atmosphere, and want to be prepared for people coming. I'm looking at Labor Day. There were a lot of people here at Labor Day. There were a lot of people here last weekend. So it's our expectation that even though we're not doing marketing, people are still going to show up because of Salem's history and because of the longstanding nature of how people think about October and what's happening here. We've got the Hubie Halloween movie, you know, coming alive October 7th, dropping down. So, you know, we have to expect there's going to be folks here, and that's why we're anticipating needing to call some audibles and potentially needing to close some roads and try to think ahead to keep traffic open. But if we need to close them, be prepared and ready to do that. Or other obstacles, other items that we haven't taken on in the past that we may need to take on this year, given the current circumstances in the pandemic. With regard to portalets and porta potties, yep, we will have them. We've got corn husks and porta potties that will be going out October 1st. They'll be cleaned 4 times a week, twice on Saturday, sanitized the other days. That's a whole other effort around keeping porta potties clean and sanitary during this COVID. We won't have quite as many as we've had in the past. There has been a slight reduction both on corn husks and porta potties, but they will be going up. And in terms of the liability question, you know, boards of health do have the authority to offer more restrictive regulations than the state guidelines. I know, for instance, Somerville did not move, or Boston did not move into phase 3, you know, at the same time the state guidelines came out. There are schools that are not following the guidelines. I mean, there are communities that are not following the guidelines for schools. I mean, red, yellow, or green. Green is you're allowed to be in session. You are able to take more restrictive actions if you think it's necessary. I think, I don't have this confirmed 100%, but I believe Boston and Somerville were also looking at not necessarily going to a 10 table limit and looking at the stick with 6 methodology. Some of that is about the size of our restaurants. I mean, if you're out, you see how crowded it is with the 6 table. You can get the 6 foot distance, but adding to it, you know, does have the limitations. The other piece of that's worthy of consideration is just contact tracing. If we do have an outbreak and we need to do some contact tracing, you're now thinking about 10 people as opposed to 6. So the Board of Health will make those decisions with recommendations from the health agent. I think they've, you know, just been terrific. Hats off to our public health officials. The board are volunteers, obviously staff, the health agent, and the inspectors are all working really hard to balance these interests, but weigh in on the side of public health. So I don't think there's any liability associated with making decisions as long as there's a public health tie and connection to why they're making those choices.
Thank you. You all set, Council Dibble? Council Prozinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a question directed at you. Given that Salem's going to be having a tremendous amount of people, regardless it's October, they're coming. The COVID test site over at the high school, will that be extended into November to deal with the possibility of the spikes because of the crowds? Is there any plans for any for watching what's going to happen due to these crowds?
Yeah, so it's been expanded through October 31st, which is great news. So 6 days a week opportunities, and we are certainly talking with DPH about expanding it beyond that, given what will be happening here in October. And, you know, our goal is obviously to undertake surveillance. So we look at tests on a daily basis, like what's coming in, how many tests. Actually, yesterday, we didn't have a lot of tests. We had the lowest number of tests taken at the high school that we've had since we started the Stop the Spread program. So we want people to continually get tested. We are also working on mobile sites, mobile testing that will be going out to certain places, trying to capture as many people as we can, particularly people who may not have transportation, may not have the ability to wait in line at the high school. Although the waits have been really good. I think the fact that people are figuring out when to get there to try and avoid waiting in line. So we've been at two of the housing authority properties, the senior housing complexes. We'll be going out to some of the other larger apartment complexes and are encouraging folks to, make testing part of a routine, particularly people who are either high risk or work in a forward-facing, public interfacing position. Grocery store workers, frontline employees, really take advantage of this asset that we have. And DPH has been good to work with, so we're anticipating, being able to work with them to expand this into November. They've expanded it twice. It was supposed to end the 12th of September, then the 30th of September, and now October 31st, or 3 times. And so we're hopeful we can keep it going after that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? One last question I'd have, Mayor, is, or actually more of a comment, I guess, is with regards to, I've heard a lot of questions about trick-or-treating, and I know it's going to be one of those difficult decisions that we're all going to have to face once we get a little closer to that. People keep sending me the innovative ways to give out candy, and I've seen a whole bunch of them. I've seen PVC pipes as shoots from the stairs down, ghosts on a clothesline. I've seen them all. But the one last thing I would suggest is, if we do entertain that, is maybe bumping up the hours of trick-or-treating a little earlier in the afternoon. So, you still got the nighttime stuff, dusk stuff, but you're not going from 5 to 8. Maybe it goes from 4 to 7 or something like that. So, it can become, the parents that want to take their kids out and participate, they can do it in such a time and manner where it is still light out, more family friendly, and able to get out in distance because you can see what's going on around you, to make it a little more safe, just to consider that, especially for the littler kids. So,
Good suggestion, Counselor, for sure. I think, we're going to have some real rules around it, whatever it is, whether it's on, off, somewhere in between. Appreciate it.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing no other hands. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, please feel free to reach out. I know if you have issues throughout the month, as I said, October 1st, where all the signs will be going up on parking, that the signs will be consistent with the ordinances. So if there are issues or concerns, we want to try and address them, and just appreciate everyone's cooperation and partnership in these efforts.
Thank you. Council Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we return to the regular meeting order, going to page 5.
Council Terrio moves we go to regular meeting order on page 5. Madam City Clerk, if you would, appointments and reappointments.
Just to know, there's no hearings. Page 5.
I did skip that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hearings, none.
Yep. Of the last meeting, the mayor's appointment of Joy Livramento Bryant to the Community Preservation Committee with a term to expire May 10th, 2022.
Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for confirmation by roll call vote.
Council Flynn moves for consideration by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to start off by thanking the former member, Tim Shea, who was on there. I'd like to thank him for his service, and Joy is going to be taking over. I think she's an excellent candidate. If you read in the packet her background and her work that she does, an excellent candidate. Proud to have her doing this, and I wish her the best, and want to thank her for stepping forward to take on this responsibility to help others. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Council DeVoe?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Hapworth?
Yes.
Council Medora? Council Marcello?
Yes.
Council Prosnowski?
Yes.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
And Council McCarthy?
Yes, on the matter of the appointment of Joy Livramento Bryant to the Community Preservation Committee, I have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none negative. The matter carries. Council Flynn.
President,
Oops, sorry.
point of privilege, might I suggest that we send a city seal to Mr. Tim Shea in recognition of his service to the city?
So moved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like a suspension of the rules. So Joy Livramento Bryant can speak if she chooses to do so. I saw that she's a participant in the meeting.
Okay. Council Flynn has asked for suspension of rules to allow Ms. Bryant to speak. Madam City Clerk, can you have the ability to unmute her, please?
Yes, I do. Yep. Joy, if you can unmute yourself, you can address the council if you so choose.
Great. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Terrific. Well, I wanted to thank you all for the approval to be on this committee. Being a resident in Salem for more than 27 years with my husband and raising our two daughters has definitely made us feel a part of this city. So I'm excited to learn more of our history as well as make recommendations on how to maintain our beautiful city. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're all clapping, but we're all muted. So.
I see you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further appointments and reappointments.
We have held from the last meeting the mayor's appointment of Jennifer Ratliff to the Cemetery Commission with a term to expire February 11th, 2022.
Council Sergeant, can you recognize me?
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for confirmation by roll call vote.
Under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to sit here and wholeheartedly recommend Jennifer Ratliff to the Cemetery Commission. She's one of my constituents, and I've had some dealings with her relative to some neighborhood issues. And I read her sheet coming off from the mayor, and then I would happen to be glancing at Facebook, and I read glowing remarks from Councilor Hapworth on her appointment, and I couldn't say enough about her appointment. I think she's going to be a wonderful addition to the Cemetery Commission, and I ask for everyone's confirmation by roll call vote. Council Sergeant, let you know that Councilor Hapworth has his hand up, and Councilor Madore.
Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Councilor Sergeant. I just want to, for those who are not on Facebook and didn't see today, I did recognize Jen. I think that the city of Salem is lucky to have her right now. For those of you who don't know her, she has been very dedicated to telling the stories of typically underrepresented groups around the city. One of the projects that I think that has been most impressive for me has been her sort of rediscovery of the Almshouse burial ground over on Collins Cove. A space of people that have been completely forgotten about and were forgotten about by the city of Salem that Jen rediscovered and is currently looking to get a marker in that space there. She's also helped to preserve the ledgers from the old Salem Savings Bank, which told a lot of different stories around Salem that were being used previously as decoration. So just a great member of our community. And, I think that our Cemetery Commission does a great job, but it's great to see a historian on that commission as well, because those are some of the most historic spaces in our city. So thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Councilor Hapworth. Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to echo the others' comments on Ms. Ratliff's expertise in not just old burial grounds, but administering herself. I can't think of a better commission member to serve on this very important city board, and she's going to be able to just be a steward of our cemeteries, but also be a storyteller of the history and our historic assets. So I'm really excited to see her appointed. I look forward to seeing her work.
Thank you, Councilor Madore. Any further comment?
None.
Anybody else got their hand up?
No one.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Being none. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnewski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
And Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent, that was 11-0, if you...
11 councilors voted, 11 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. The matter carries. I don't have a gavel, but I faked I had one. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of rules to allow Jennifer Ratliff to address this council if she so chooses and if she's in attendance.
She is.
So moved.
Yep, nope, she just, hold on. There you go, Jen, you can unmute yourself and address the council if you choose.
Hi, can you hear me? Wonderful. I just wanted to take a quick moment to thank Mayor Driscoll and City Council for their support and for your kind words. I really appreciate them. I'm looking forward to serving with and learning from my fellow commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Moving on, Council McCarthy. Cool.
Madam City Clerk.
Yep. So from the last meeting, the mayor's appointment of Mark Mesh as a member to the Historical Commission with a term to expire September 10th, 2023.
Now, Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for confirmation by roll call vote.
Under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wholeheartedly stand and recognize Mr. Mark Mesh in his appointment to the Historical Commission. I can't think of anyone better to serve on this commission. Mr. Mesh has been a friend and a neighbor for a number of years, and his work as an architect in his local firm is unprecedented in the amount of work he's done in and around the city, for the city as well as for the average person who needs to have some work done on their residence or building or whatever it may be. I think he has a unique eye for architecture, and I think he's going to be a valued addition to the Historical Commission, and I wholeheartedly endorse his appointment to this commission and ask for confirmation by roll call vote.
Thank you, Council McCarthy. Will you let me know if anybody has their hand up, please?
Yep. I see no one at this point.
And with no further discussion, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Council Dibble?
Yeah.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Hapworth?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council Marcillo?
Yes.
Council Prosnewski?
Yes.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
And Council McCarthy?
Yes.
It's 11-0, Council Sargent.
11 councilors voting, 11 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. The matter carries. Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules to allow Mr. Mesh to address the council if he so chooses.
So moved. Mr. Mesh.
Mr. Mesh, if you can unmute yourself, there you go.
Beat you to it. Thank you. Mr. President, members of the City Council, thank you for the unanimous endorsement. I like that kind of score. I look forward to serving on the Historical Commission. I've been in front of that august board many times, and I have to say that as replacement for the position held by David Hart, it's some pretty big shoes to fill. David's a professional. He knows what he's doing. He is more specifically a preservation architect. I'm more in the adaptive reuse, but I've done a little bit of both. I look forward to seeing you all there at some point. Just thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesh. May I move that Mr. David Happy sent the city seal also in recognition of his service to the city of Salem. So, thank you. Moving on.
Further appointments and reappointments.
Before I read the scholarship and education, just please note that Chris Reed's term of expiration is supposed to be 4/25/2022 instead of 2020. Obviously, that I don't want to go backwards, so here we go. So anyway, so held from the last meeting, the mayor's appointment of the following to the Salem Scholarship and Education Committee with their terms to expire below. And I can read the list if you like, or...
The names would be just fine.
Okay, Chris Reed, Amaris Suez, Greg McPhee, and Andrew Boucher.
Council Marcillo.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for confirmation by roll call vote.
Council Marcillo moves for confirmation by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Marcillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank all four of these residents for stepping forward to be on this committee. Their resumes were pretty fantastic. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Council Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to echo thanks to every one of the
appointees. I think that each one of them bring a great and important knowledge on this important committee. And I also wanted to point that I happen to know some of them, and I know they're very qualified for the job. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to echo the comments. The resumes are incredible for this group that are coming in here. Also want to recognize Chris Reed for his tenacity as my one-on-one basketball partner before the pandemic. I can definitely speak to that, and Chris is going to be a fantastic addition to the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnewski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of these four appointments to the Salem Scholarship and Education Committee, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Further appointments, reappointments. Council Sergeant.
Does Councilor Marcillo want to suspend the rules? I do have a couple of those people on there.
Council Marcillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move for a suspension of the rules to allow any of the four to address the council.
Council Marcillo asks for suspension of the rules if any of the four are in attendance. Madam City Clerk, if there are.
I see Chris Reed first, or if you like to speak, you can unmute yourself and address the council.
All right, can everybody hear me?
Yep.
All right, great. Well, first and foremost, thank you to Ty for his ringing endorsement of my basketball skills. It's been a while since the pandemic, but hopefully we'll get back at it soon. I want to thank everybody on the council and Mayor Driscoll for this opportunity to serve. As I referenced in my materials, education and, in particular, access to education are and have been of critical importance to me personally and professionally. So I'm just incredibly excited to jumping in and helping in any way I can. So thank you again, and looking forward to getting started.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, I see that Mr. McPhee has his hand up.
Yes. I will go to him next. Ms. McPhee, if you can unmute yourself, you can address the council if you like.
Hi, thank you very much. Just want to echo previous speaker. This is a passion of mine, and thank you for your confidence, and now I'm off to go prepare my lessons for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Good luck with that.
And
Clerk is Mr. Suarez or Mr.
Yes, I do see him. If he'd like to address the council, or she can unmute and address the council.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to say thank you so much for this great opportunity to serve the city of Salem. This is the city I love. This is not only the city I live in, this is the city I love, and my passion for learning and teaching. I just can't wait to volunteer using this passion that I have. Thank you so much, and have a good night.
You too, thank you.
And I'm not sure if Andrew is on there. If you are under a different name, if you'd like to raise your hand to address the council, please do so. If not, that's fine.
I don't see.
I don't see him.
Okay.
Okay. That's fine.
Further appointments and reappointments.
We have held from the last meeting the mayor's appointment of Connor Ryan to the Bicycling Advisory Committee with a term to expire February 11th, 2022.
Council McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for confirmation by roll call vote.
Under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I read Mr. Ryan's letter and his resume coming forth from the mayor's office, and I want to say that I am impressed that he's overworking in Marblehead with a former colleague, and of the mayor in running the city, running Marblehead over there in Jason Silver. But he has stated he rides his bike to work every day. He's a graduate of Harvard. He has an extensive resume. He's passionate about biking, and I think he's going to bring a unique perspective to the advisory committee, and I wholeheartedly support his confirmation.
Thank you, Councilor McCarthy. Does anybody else have their hand up?
Councilor Hapworth.
Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you. I would also like to congratulate Connor for stepping forward here. I've spent many nights on Waikiki listening to Connor advocate for cycling infrastructure in Salem, and I think everything I know about cycling I know probably from Connor and Eric Papetti. So I appreciate the addition of him to the Cycling Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Councilor Hapworth. Anybody else have their hand up?
No.
Being none. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Dibble?
You're still muted, Councilor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Krasnowski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torium?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes.
11 councilors voting, 11 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. The matter carries. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules to allow Mr. Ryan to address the council if he so chooses.
So moved.
Not sure if he's here as an attendee, but if you are, could you raise your hand, please, Mr. Ryan? Or- No. I do not see him.
Okay.
I don't see him.
Appointments and reappointments.
So we have held from the last meeting, the mayor's appointment of Fu Han to the Public Arts Commission with a term to expire January 11th, 2022.
Councilor Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for confirmation by roll call vote.
Councilor Turiel moves for confirmation by roll call vote. Under discussion?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Han has a landscape architecture background and has worked in public engagement. I think that's a resource we can really use as we expand our public art initiatives in the city. Because so much of that is outdoors in nature of what we do for public art, that she'll be a very strong addition.
Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Krasnowski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. The matter of the mayor's appointment I'm sorry, I don't want to mispronounce her name. Fu Han. The Public Arts Commission, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Councilor Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules to allow Ms. Han to address council if she so chooses, and I believe she has her hand raised if she would like to.
Yes. Ms. Han, if you'd like to unmute yourself to address the council if you so choose, please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Hope you can hear me. Just want to say thank you for the opportunity to serve Salem's Public Art Commission. As Councilor Turiel mentioned, I'm a landscape architect and I work locally, so I hope to offer my services and expertise to the commission.
Thank you. Communications from the mayor.
We have an order to accept a donation from Nova Construction and Remodeling in the amount of $13,500 to contribute to the planting of new trees.
Council Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Terrell moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know from the backup documentation what project this is in relation to, but this is part of our tree ordinance and how when trees have to be removed in the course of work, the funds have to be provided for us for those public trees to be replaced, and that's what Nova Construction is doing here. So I'm glad to see our ordinance working to help keep our trees going.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. In this day and age with the city budget and the world health crisis, it's pretty amazing to see something like this, a donation in this amount. I'd like to see a city seal sent to this company, thanking them and how much we appreciate this in our current crisis that we're in. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnewski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the acceptance of the $13,500 from Nova Construction and Remodeling to contribute to the planting of new trees in the city, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries.
Mr. President?
Oh, sorry. Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to take matters out of order to take up page 14 on the October visitor pass parking pass, seeing as Director of Parking and Traffic, Dick Kucharski, is with us this evening. I'd like to get him out as early as possible.
Councilor Madore moves to go out of order to page 14. Seeing no objection. Motions, orders, and resolutions. Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, Madam City Clerk, do I just read this?
Yes.
Or do you want to read it?
Okay. You can read that, yes.
City of Salem and City Council, September 24, 2020, ordered that residents of certain streets identified in Section 75A of the city's traffic ordinance shall be able to, upon request from the Traffic and Parking Department, receive a temporary guest pass effective from October 1st, 2020 to November 1st, 2020. Only one pass shall be issued per dwelling unit as defined in Section 10 of the city's zoning ordinance. The guest pass is to be used only while visitors are visiting the dwelling unit to which the pass is issued. And I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Councilor Madore moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion, Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you'll see later on tonight, we have a second and final passage of an order to amend an ordinance in regards to October resident parking. And as you recall, at our last meeting, I did mention that we try to do this every year and we always scramble to do it. And it leaves very little time for our DPS staff and other staff and police to put out the signs and mail out the passes. So we like to put it in permanently as an ordinance so that next year the city staff can know what to expect and how to move forward without waiting on council action. However, I was uncomfortable with adding the visitor pass to that ordinance. I think we should give it a try this year so that we could collect some usage data so that we can go into next year better informed, knowing that we don't know what the level of demand would be. And rather than just basing this on anecdotal evidence, I think we should give it a try and see what kind of adjustments we can make going to next year so that it doesn't create unnecessary burden on the parking supply, which is already stretched in October. So I actually appreciate Councillor Sargent the at-large councillor's suggestion on this. I think there is a need, especially in tighter neighborhoods like downtown, and Councillor Turiel from Ward 5 also had mentioned that, it is worth a try so that we can get some data moving forward so that next year we can definitively say whether this is a success or not. So it would be done on a pilot basis on this year as an order, and then we'll go back and revisit for the next year. And the Traffic and Parking Director, Dave Kucharski, is also with us if any members of the council have any questions for him.
Council Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, how does this change as far as the second passage of what we already passed on first passage? We have second passage coming up tonight. We worked pretty hard on that in committee, and I don't want to see that change tonight. So this order simply mirrors what we passed last meeting, and we'll have second passage this meeting, if I'm correct.
I'll let Council Medora answer that. Council Medora.
Thank you, Mr. President. So when we get to the second passage this evening, and I would entertain to bring it up right after taking up this order, if my colleagues don't object to that, I think I would propose to strike that out and put it into this order. It's the almost exact language as the at-large councillor had proposed, with the exception that it's only applicable for this year. So we give it a try. So the second passage would be, the language in the second passage would be posted again in the paper tomorrow, Monday, not sure, tomorrow. There are a few additional changes since the first passage since the first passage we discovered that there's some tweaks that we need to do to the street list. And I think there's an additional question about fines. So we'll try to make those changes tonight so that the city staff can know how to move forward by tomorrow. So I'm just simply, with this order, moving the visitor pass program out as an order so we can have a more informed decision for next year rather than making it permanent into an ordinance. And I'll ask if any others have questions. Let Director Kucharski answer them.
I'm still a little confused.
Council Sergeant.
I'm just want to try and get this. I've never seen it where we worked through the committee and like I say, worked pretty hard and got something passed. And I'm still not sure. Are we doing second passage tonight, or are we putting second passage off on this?
I believe I didn't bring the order in, but from what I'm hearing is I believe the Ward 2 council, the chairman of the committee, is asking to adopt this order so that she can remove the guest passes from the ordinance. So that way, it's done in a one-year trial to see if it actually works. Then we can revisit this again next year without having to open up the whole ordinance again. But I can't, this is what I'm hearing, so I'll allow her to address. Or if you have any specific questions, I suggest someone ask for a suspension. Just ask Mr. Kucharski.
Well, in that case, then if it didn't work this year and we felt that strongly about it, we would just have to remove one line from the ordinance next year. It's just difficult to do all this work, and I've been fighting for these people in these neighborhoods to be able to have a guest over for the better part of 5 years when we used to give out guest passes. And we never had an issue when we gave out the guest passes before. They just stopped doing it at some point about 3 years ago. And we did give them out for many years. And I never worked so hard to try and get something in an ordinance for people, just to have it pass first passage and have that one line taken out 2 weeks later. And I really don't think that's fair for the amount of work that we put into this. I'd like to see the second passage go with some tweaks if they need the streets tweaked. But also, there's going to be a lot of cost to re-advertise, because when we make a change, we got to put it all in the paper again. So I can't support an order changing something that we worked so hard on. I could change it after this year in the ordinance, but I can't support an order to change something we worked hard for and got first passage. and just have an order reverse some of it. I don't think it's fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Dorr.
Mr. President, I don't have further comments.
So I guess, Councilman Dorr, I mean, do you want to then go out of order to take up unfinished business, or to deal with it, or deal with that first, or do you want to try to take up the order? I'm not sure. I'm at a loss of where.
Mr. President?
Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Kucharski has his hand up and is in here. If we can get some, perhaps some clarification from him.
How did, Councilor Torrey, did you, add him in? I'm confused.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you? Yeah, you did? All right.
Councilor Turiel, could you ask for suspension of the rules?
Yeah, move for suspension of the rules to allow Mr. Kucharski to review this with us.
Councilor Turiel, that's suspension of rules. Seeing no objection. Seeing none. Mr. Kucharski.
Thank you, Mr. President and Council. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
When there was discussion last time during the OLA subcommittee, I did express some concern with putting in the visitor piece into the ordinance. Just as an example, last year when we mailed out the hang tag permits, we mailed out over 4,000 of those permits. In addition, we ordered an additional 5,000 permits to handle instances where we weren't able to send to the right address because their cars were not necessarily registered in the city. If they were a student, if it was a company car, if it was a leased car, and then other instances where it might have been appropriated to a home health aide or hospice care worker, library staff, and that nature. And between my office, the collector's office, and the parking office, we gave out several thousand. This was a big undertaking. It was over about a 2.5-week period. It took a lot of time and effort. And when I relayed back to staff in these various offices that this was going to be as part of the ordinance, there was concern specifically this year with the ongoing pandemic of increasing exposure and having people come to these various offices to get these passes, knowing that we'll already be processing these other requests to give people the resident permit parking. We are anticipating sending out over 3,000 in the mail. We're hoping that the majority of them are accurate and that they get to the right homes. But again, this was a concern we had. I think this is an attempt to, if the council so chooses, to try it out, not have it necessarily part of the ordinance, see what the effects are, how frequent the requests come in. And then if it is seen that it's something that we can process, it certainly can be incorporated into the ordinance moving forward.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. President.
So Councilor Dibble, then Councilor Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm looking for a little clarification here because I am a little bit confused on this. We have had quite a few meetings on this, and it's been in committee for, I don't know, the Ward 2 Councilor, correct me, but maybe 2 years, I'm not sure. Long time. And I thought that we had consensus in committee that we would be allowing one visitor pass for these streets in question, and only if the resident requested the pass would they be given that one. I thought that was the compromise that we all agreed upon, we voted on, but maybe I'm confused in this matter. So I'm wondering if through you, Mr. President, if the chair can explain where we're at on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And do you want to wait to hear what Councilor Sargent's comment is first, Councilman Dorr, or do you want to address it now? We'll let Councilor Sargent go first. Councilor Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's exactly what we agreed upon, and that was a compromise. And I feel we as councilors are obligated to follow our own ordinances. And our ordinance, the temporary ordinance, should mirror exactly the permanent ordinance. The permanent ordinance gives everybody 2 guest passes without them having to question anything. They just get them automatically. This case, it's so much of a compromise that they only get 1, that cuts it in half. Then only people who request it get 1, and I'm guessing that'll be about 20% of the people. So that's a very much watered down, compromised version of it, and I don't think it's going to break the city. Don't forget, when we add temporary streets, there are spaces on those streets. So we're not having those people go to the streets that already have permanent parking. So I strongly suggest that we stay with what we worked on and let it, and just try it that way and debate it next year if we feel it didn't work. Thank you.
Councilman Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. This order has the exact same compromise that we agreed in the committee. It gives out one visitor pass per household upon request. The only difference is placing a timestamp on it to limit it to this year so we could try it out. And I think there's a willingness to try it out. And I feel that concluding it into the ordinance this year is too permanent. And I understand we can come back and revise the ordinance. It does take 2 passages and it would be amending an ordinance. But having this order would allow us, give us the same option of issuing one visitor pass per household upon request. And it's not a different proposal other than putting a time limit on it. And I think it would help the city staff to collect some data, again, to help us make better informed decisions next year on whether or not people actually want to use this kind of amenity in October, how many people are using it, how many passes should be printed. If we're seeing 1,000 people request them and we only printed 500, then we have to scramble to keep up. But at least this year, we can try it out and collect some data for next year.
Again, Mr. President.
Councilor Sergeant.
Thank you. And again, we had that debate in committee and we came to a compromise. And I'm really disappointed that all that work is being pushed aside by a council order. I've never seen that done when we worked hard on an ordinance before, where we brought in a motion to water down what we worked on. And again, I don't feel that people who get temporary passes should be treated as second-class citizens. By city ordinance, they're allowed 2 passes, really. What is it going to take them to have a lawsuit to try and get their passes? This is a compromise with this. We don't make it a big issue. And keep it in the ordinance. And then if it doesn't work, you feel it doesn't work, we can revisit the ordinance. We change ordinances all the time. I think this is worth second passage, and let's move forward with that. And I respectfully ask that this motion be withdrawn. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd have to agree with the good at-large councilor. After hearing it, I'm not sure why we're introducing a last-minute change to this. So I'd like to see the alteration to this withdrawn, and let's go forward with what the committee agreed to. This additional change was not discussed at all in our committee meetings. So I think that we should treat residents of the city of Salem equally. We couldn't get it done so that all residents could get their 2 guest passes. Well, so what we're doing on some of these streets is giving them 1 guest pass so they can have a relative or a caregiver or whoever it be visit their house and park kind of close to their house. That's a fair compromise. And the compromise was it was only 1, not 2, and it's only given when it's requested. So very few, as the good at-large council just said, very few will be going out. So I guess I'd like to ask the chair if she would to withdraw the motion to change and to simply let's vote on the order as the ordinance as recommended by committee. We've talked about this for way too long, and I thought it was done. So let's get it done.
Anyone else? Mr. Kucharski has his hand up again. Anyone? Mr. Kucharski?
Just to clarify, one difference between the year-round passes and visitor passes that are issued and the Halloween is that the Halloween passes and these visitor passes are given for free, whereas the other passes do cost money. There's a small fee, but there is a charge, as well as with the visitor passes. We'd be giving these out at no charge at this point. Another thing to consider is in the ordinance itself, we included language that does authorize me working with mayor, ward councilor, police to issue passes to loved ones or caretakers in those circumstances. But I think in this case, it's more for if someone's coming to visit or something like that. So that's all.
Thank you, Mr. President. I completely understand the concerns around committee and what we talked about when we negotiated. This does feel to me like a fair compromise, particularly when we look at just the impacts on parking around the city that guest passes can have and the potential to abuse those. I'm not saying we shouldn't have those, but it would be better. I think it'd be best to just test it this year, see what happens, see what data we come up with, and then look at it again next year in the future. I don't see why we should dig our heels in on this needs to be in the ordinance right now. I think that it makes sense to have it as something that we're testing right now, see how it goes, and then move forward with it. I, for one, don't want to see every single Salem resident with guest passes floating around the city and an additional parking crunch happening downtown. I would rather see a more intelligent, targeted method, I guess. So I think what we have in front of us right now is a very fair compromise.
President.
Council Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, if the good council could explain to me, what is the difference between somebody who lives on a permanent residence sticker parking street that gets 2 guest passes, and if they have to pay for them, fine, then we could charge for the temporary guest passes. But what is the difference between a relative of somebody who lives on a permanent residence sticker parking and gets 2 guest passes for 12 months a year, or another citizen that lives on one that's a temporary residence sticker parking for a month? What is the difference between those 2 people? Are any of them more or less deserving of having people come visit them? Are they going to go out looking for more visitors for that month just to come visit them because they have the pass? Are you assuming that there's a presumption of guilt to where they're going to be selling these passes or giving them to people to go somewhere? It's just absolutely ridiculous that if we mailed them to them, half of them would just be sitting on their table. I mean, I have friends and relatives with guest passes. They're hanging in their kitchen. Most of the time they're not used unless somebody comes over. So we cannot treat the people who get a temporary guest pass as second-class citizens to those who get the permanent pass. We're supposed to be treating all the people the same. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. I'm just very disappointed in the way this is going. We had a very good compromise that really knocked down the number of guest passes when you could argue that everybody is entitled to 2 for the guest passes for the resident parking. We knocked that down probably 80% of what we would normally give out. And I think that's not going to break the bank. And I've studied this probably more than anybody. I've gone around one neighborhood and I can show you pictures of a street on a weekend in October where half the space is empty because it's permanent resident, because they have the temporary resident pass, but they have no guest passes. So tourists aren't allowed to park there, and neither are their friends and family. So, you know, anybody wants to show me, I'll go back with my camera and show you the pictures from last Halloween and the Halloween before. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since that question was addressed to me through you, I think the difference is that for a year-round resident, as Dave Kucharski pointed out, is that they have to pay to park. In October, these temporary resident passes are given out for free. And I don't take it lightly that I'm being accused of treating others as a second-class citizens. As a resident of downtown and its representative, I understand the need for parking in October. And I also don't understand how this is any different from what we had discussed in committee. We are still going to give out a visitor pass. We are still going to give out 1 visitor pass per household to anyone who is on a street that is October resident parking only. Those who live on year-round streets can still request a guest pass as they have done so in the past. They have to pay for that. And this order is no different from what we described, what we agreed on in committee, other than putting a timestamp on it so that we could have more data-driven decisions rather than anecdotal evidence. That we need to make these decisions so that we can show our citizens that we are actually making decisions based on data, based on facts, based on information. It is not a way to discriminate against anybody. Parking is a premium. Parking is a public amenity that we all pay for and pay into. And October, if you live in Salem, you have to deal with the fact that parking is going to be tight. We're going to have to make some sacrifices. And the fact that we are providing visitor passes, I think it's a great program to try out so we can actually understand the level of demand. It's no different from what we agreed on in committee.
Nelson. Mr. President.
Council Dibble and Council Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I'd like to inquire to our parking director if what happens in year 2. We're going to put a date stamp on that. I guess this will expire on November 1st. I want to hear clarification on that. November 1st, 2020. And then what happens year 2, year 3, year 4 of this ordinance? Does it go away? Is there a sunshine and then we'll no longer be doing this? Or will the residents be able to ask for the parking pass for a visitor every single year? If we can just get clarification on this, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Kucharski.
Just as we did last year when we tried something new, we collected data, and then shortly after Halloween ended, we gathered together police staff, DPS, collector's office, and my staff to discuss what worked, what didn't, what were we hearing from the residents, from the counselors, and from others, and we worked to submit ordinance amendments to you as soon as possible. I anticipate doing the same exact thing this year. We're going to be collecting the information, how many people are coming in, not only requesting visitor passes, but also how many are requesting the temporary pass for residents because for whatever reason they didn't get them through the mail. So that is something that I plan to do. I would then take any amendments that are needed to the commission and ensure that it gets to the council in a timely fashion.
Mr. President, my question was on the changes to the ordinance that we're hearing tonight that were not talked about in committee. What happens to the ordinance in year 2 is what I'm asking.
An ordinance that's passed is an ordinance.
Right, but the wording of it is being changed on this council floor tonight and was not discussed in committee. So I'm wondering what the new wording is.
If the discussion was this order would replace the language which then the Ward 2 council was going to take the next matter up first. That's why I asked her if she wanted to take the second passage up first. She would strike that language from the ordinance, so then the ordinance would be intact and would stay. The only difference would be the language pertaining to visitor passes would be struck from the ordinance, and this order would then take effect with the exact same language for this year. And then if it seems to work and there's no, as Mr. Kucharski just stated, there was no evidence of misuse or they were able to handle the volume, then it would be, they would recommend that it be entertained and added back to the ordinance next year. Am I correct in that, Mr. Kucharski?
That is correct, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Council Sergeant, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. For you to, Mr. Kucharski, if you leave the ordinance as it is and don't pass this order, will you then be able to collect the same data you talked about collecting if we do it the other way? Will anything change there?
No, Counselor. We'd still gather the information.
Thank you.
Make the recommendation.
I suggest we leave the work of the committee together, do second passage, and if there's such a big issue, then we can look into changing the ordinance. We'd have 11 months to strike that one line from the ordinance. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Dorr has, see any further discussion? I gotta get used to looking to the big screen. They're all bigger up there. Council Madore has asked for adoption by roll call vote. Council Madore, is that the way you still want to proceed with this? Council Madore that's what she's asked for, so Madam City Clerk.
1 second.
Just so we're all in understanding that if we pass the order, then I am assuming, I don't like to assume anything, but we're going to pass the order. If the order passes, then the next thing would be to go to take out of order the second passage of the ordinance. But if the order does not pass, then the second passage of the ordinance would still have the language, which is exactly the same as this, that Mr. Kucharski said wouldn't affect the way they tally stuff, but it would just make it so the ordinance wouldn't have to be amended next year, but it's kind of whichever way you want to do it, I guess, is how it works out. Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you clarify the vote that we're voting right now? The yes, what does that mean, and the no, what does that mean?
Well, the motion is for adoption, so the yes vote would mean to adopt the order.
As it is right now.
As it is right now, the order is to certain streets identified in section 75A, which is just, and then I'm assuming, once again, the Council Madore would then next, if it passes, which I have no idea what it's going to happen, but then Council Madore would then ask to take out of order all business under second passage of the traffic ordinance. Then she would, if it passes, if this order was to pass, then she would ask to have this language in the order struck from the ordinance, so then we pass the ordinance without this language. If this were to fail, then she would ask for take out of order second passage of the traffic ordinance. And I know that I have one street that was omitted, and I don't know what other streets. I know there's a couple tweaks, and then we'd move for second passage in order to allow Mr. Kucharski to get out of here. So, is everyone in understanding of what's going on? Okay, I know it's complicated, but Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm amazed that we're at this point. It's a relatively minor change that the chair is asking for here, but it's a unilateral decision that was not discussed at all in committee. And this will put us back to square one next year again, having to add or to change the wording. I suggest that we reject this order and we go forward with the ordinance as worked out in great detail with all parties, with the police department and with the traffic directors, assistant and the director. We had many, many meetings on this, and it's too bad that we're making a change to this that will be permanent in the ordinance on a trial basis. I would suggest that if what we're doing in the ordinance that was approved by committee, if it doesn't work, then we change it over the next 11 months. But otherwise, and if it goes smoothly, which I think it will, if it goes smoothly, then we don't have to visit this again. It's done. We have a sunshine. We're adding a sunshine date that stops this the first year, and that's wrong. And it's being done unilaterally without discussion of the committee. That's just wrong, Mr. President. I suggest that we reject this order and that we pass the ordinance as recommended by the committee in great discussion with many, many hours of input into what is written and submitted to this council. So I'll be voting no against this order, but I'll be voting yes for the actual ordinance because it's well crafted and well researched, where I don't believe this order is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anyone else? Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble.
No.
Councilor Dominguez.
No.
Councilor Flynn.
No.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Madore.
Yes.
Councilor Masillo.
Yes.
Councilor Prosnewski.
No.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Councilor Sargent.
No.
Councilor Torrio.
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy.
No. Matter of the order. We have 11 members voted, 6 in the negative, 5 in the affirmative. The order does not pass. Council Madore. You want to take out of order unfinished business?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Page 21, I think.
Yes.
We'll move to page 21. Seeing no objection.
We have the second passage of an ordinance amending traffic relative to section 75 resident sticker parking for the month of October.
Councilman Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for second passage by roll call vote.
Councilman Doyle moves to second passage by roll call vote. Under discussion, Councilman Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the first passage, we've had some changes to the street list. In particular, let me just go back. Under section 2 on page 22, the paragraph where the streets are listed, I have a red line version I need to pull up. 1 second. So towards the end of that paragraph, Warren Street from Flint Street to Pickering Street, I would like to move to amend the word northerly to southerly. And that amendment is because the staff at Traffic and Parking Department, they discovered that the northerly side of Warren Street does not actually have addresses on Warren Street. They're kind of in the back of Chestnut Street, so there are actually no addresses to mail out these passes, so I'm changing it to southerly.
We'll take out the amendments one at a time. On Councilor Medore's amendment to change the language to reflect southerly, is that correct?
Let me just triple check here.
Yes.
That is correct.
Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a friendly suggestion or amendment that the good ward council, who did an excellent job in chairing this meeting over a series of 2 years, I think it was, that we, rather than saying southerly or northerly and expecting residents to dig out a compass, that like the other streets that have one side or the other listed under this ordinance, that we change it to either the odd number or to the even number, so it's clarity. And I teach orientation with the Boy Scouts, and I carry a compass, but I'm wondering how many other people do. So I think it should be, instead of northerly, westerly, easterly, southerly, put odd or even number houses on the list. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilman Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would welcome that change, but for the corner lots, some of them don't have addresses on Warren Street. So for example, 1 Pickering Street, they're on the southerly side, but their address is not on Warren Street. So if we change it to even number, that would impact that address. Does that make sense? And also on the other end on Flint Street.
Yep. It makes sense, because if you limit the addresses to just numbers, then you're not encompassing the whole street, where the street would have potentially a corner lot that the address might be on a corner. I know it's semantics, but it's just the way it is. Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's okay. Wherever the will of the body is here, I thought it would just be clarifying it, because the street truly does have an odd side and even side. I'm not speaking about houses that are on the corner. The one street that we're discussing, whatever street it is, it has an odd side and even sides. Every street does. So it doesn't matter what the address is of a house around the corner that has frontage and a front door and an address on a different street. The street in question is odd or even on each side. But that's okay. If the will of the body is to use a compass and have everybody dig out a compass, I'm all in favor of that, Mr. President.
I will say, Councilor Dibble, if you read the temporary order from temporary October resident parking permits, and you read down through the list, most of the streets are referenced in which direction they are, either northerly or southerly. So for consistency's sake, I would suggest that we just leave it either whichever direction it is with regards to the compass. And hopefully all our inner Boy Scout and Girl Scouts come out and we all get a compass, but it's only for the matter of the clarity for the parking department and who they issue passes to. So we're not asking our residents to pull out a compass. Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the councilor from Ward 7 was referring to the amendment that we had made for Margin Street. And I'm looking at the map right now just to make sure we don't miss anybody. Because we changed it to, I forget, the even number side. Even number side. I think that was a special case where the street was going in different directions and it was confusing on paper to write it. So now I'm double checking and it looks like there's a corner lot on Margin Street that has an address on Winthrop Street that is an odd number instead of even number. So I'm wondering if we should also make that amendment. Am I looking at this correctly?
Mr. President.
Winthrop Street is covered on this, so.
Oh, you're right. Okay, good.
Yeah. Mr. President, you get a chance.
Council Sergeant.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As long as you do the even numbered side, if you come to if you come to a corner lot, it's still on that side of the street, even though its mailbox is on a side street. So that wouldn't make any difference if you went odd or even. I'm okay with north to south too, but margin goes at an angle, so it was part one direction and part another direction. So that's where the confusion was. But if you're on the even numbered side and it's your side lot and your house is on another side, you're still on the even numbered side. So that odd even would still work that way. Thank you.
I'm not going to, I can't believe we spent this much time on this. All I'm going to say is, on that one, except for that one example of we used odd or even, every other street is referenced by westerly, northerly, southerly, or in this whole order. So for consistency's sake, can we just move forward with, except for that one street that for whatever reason came up in committee that we should go whichever way because of the numbers and the street changed directions. Every other street in this order is referenced by whether from a certain intersection, whether it's north or south or east or west or whichever direction. So if we could just try to be consistent, please. Council Madore. And Council Madore, do you want to make all your recommendations first so we can just pass them all in one? I mean, how many streets are we looking to add to this list? I know I have Webb Street. How many more are we looking to add?
Mr. President, that's the only one.
So we're only talking about the two?
Yes.
So can we add the Webb to two and then we'll adopt those and then take the roll call vote? So then we can adopt it as amended, please.
Yes, Mr. President, there is one additional amendment for the fines. We did do the first passage to increase the fines for October temporary parking to $50, but the question did come up in committee whether this should apply to year-round streets as well, because currently in our ordinance, the year-round parking fines during October is $40 on Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. So there's a difference between how we enforce the temporary October streets and the year-round resident parking only streets. So it's a $10 difference on weekends. So should we make it consistent across the board and turn it into $50 for weekend? That was the other amendment in consideration.
Councilor Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Might I make a motion that we keep it consistent with the permanent ordinance and make it $40 across the board? That's a motion, please, if possible.
Council Sergeant wants the motion that we make Halloween parking consistently across the board $40. Currently, it is $50 for resident, for the stickered, for the temporary streets in it is listed somehow $40 on the weekends for the permanent streets. And I see that Mr. Kucharski has his hand, but being a ward councilor that represents a ward that come October 2nd, I will be receiving phone calls, and people in the DPS department will be dispatching the orange signs on some of the side streets, because the argument's going to be that no one pays attention to the regular resident sticker parking signs. They only pay attention to the orange ones. So can we have the orange ones put on the street, because people pay more attention to them? So my response is going to be to the good at-large counselor is, as a ward counselor that has a ton of resident sticker parking issues and has a ton of Halloween parking issues, the best way to do it is, as the police department has recommended to us, is be consistent across the board at $50 during the month of October for resident parking violations, so that people are encouraged to park in lots, meters, or garages rather than park in the residential neighborhoods. Because it's...
I withdraw my motion.
I mean, that's what I believe, so...
No, for the good president, I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Councilor Madore. Did you hand up? And then we have Councilor Dominguez had his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to add that the signs have been printed. They're going to be neon green this year, and the fine that's saying $50 is actually on the sign. So it would be a very costly change to go back and print all these signs to change from 50 to 40.
50 is what we agreed to last year, and it seemed to be a nice deterrent from people who would just look and say, I'd rather get the fine as opposed to park in a lot or the garage or whatever, because they can get, it's more of a deterrent to try to protect our residential streets. Council Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel that the increase on any ticket price at this moment where we had a pandemic, which I think that we have to make sure that we revitalize our economy. It's not a good idea doing this year. I think that going back to the offer, the motion that the group Councilor Large proposed, I think that we should pay attention to that, especially this year. Maybe following year, we might be able to increase any fee. At this moment, I think that we need to make sure that everybody who come here, if we wanted to open the economy and bring some more people, visitors, to make it easy for everyone. We know how high it is right now, economically wise, not only for the residents of Salem, but for the whole world to go back to normal. So I don't think it's a great idea to increase any price right now. Leave it as it is, leave it $40 for now. Next year, let's revisit and see if we can come with something that maybe feed. I understand that in the event of the visitors, it's make it easy for the residents, which I think that makes sense to increase it. But at this year, especially this year, I don't think it's a good idea to do it. So let's think about it and make sure that we actually give a break and try to help the most needed one and try to open our economy. Salem is based on a lot of visitors. If the visitor see that we increase prices, that's going to bring a bad impact, and people might delay to come, and we want to do the opposite. We want to bring more people in. So I just wanted to bring this comment throughout this conversation to see this is appropriate to think about it and see if we can maybe put a break on this and maybe do it next year, especially when we have a better economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. In regards to revisiting the parking fines in the city, there is a council order that is, there's a proposal to do just that is currently in my committee. It was filed more than a year ago, and I would happily schedule a hearing to take up that discussion after October. But I do want to remind my colleagues that there will be a difference in enforcement for year-round parking streets on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It would increase to 40. That is what we passed last year after discussion and compromise. So that if we are not making that amendment this evening, then the streets with the bright green signs would have fines of 50. And the streets that are year round, the resident sticker parking zones would have fines of $40 during weekends only. So that is already in place. We're only changing the brightly posted streets to 50. And I believe that is also what we discussed and passed last year as a temporary increase to $50. And I think it was pretty effective, other than the fact that it was not printed on the sign itself, which I had proposed, but this year it will be. So that would be an even clear deterrent for visitors, because residents, they do have such parking pressure in October, and I get calls well into September and beyond October. So I think this will really help deter them.
Thank you. I don't want to put one of my colleagues on the spot, but being a former police captain, Councilor Prosnowski, would it be beneficial to the department that if it was consistently clear across the board, so the guy who's out writing a ticket has it's a standard fine right across for the whole month? Would that be an easier way to determine, especially if these new lime aren't fluorescent green signs are going to have the fine on them? I don't mean to put you on the spot if you don't want to take it.
Well, that's okay. I worked several Halloweens in my past, and
I know you did. You did a great job doing it.
I can tell you that oftentimes a person from the public would come and ask, you know, how much is the fine if I park here? How much is it? And when we would tell them the fine, they would laugh and say, "Oh, I'll just pay the fine," and walk away. I'm glad to see that the city's taking a stand and recognizing that. The police officers will give out a few tickets, but it's David's people that are going to be giving out the bulk of them. So, and anything that's going to both make it easy to address for the public and for the enforcement officers will work. I think the proposal that's before us now is something that can be worked with very well.
Thank you. Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, not at all. I enjoy Halloween and parking issues. So that's so much fun.
You're glutton for punishment. So, Councilor Medora, you have 3 amendments. Can we just take them? We'll take them up one at a time, please, before we get the second pass and get this out of the way.
Mr. President, did you want to take up one together, or you?
We'll take up the amendments one at a time. We'll just do unless someone objects, I'll do a raising of hands for the amendments, and then we'll do a roll call vote on the second passage.
Okay, so the first motion is already on the floor. Amend northerly to southerly for Warren Street between Flint and Pickering.
Councilor Medora moves to amend the, under unfinished business, Councilor Medora moves to amend the council order relative to Halloween parking.
Second.
Specifically on which street again, I'm sorry?
Warren.
From northerly to southerly?
Yes.
All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed, let the record reflect this. Saw 10 hands plus my own. On your second amendment, please.
I move to amend this section to add Webb Street.
Thank you. Councilor Medora's second amendment to the list. She moves to add Webb Street. This came up through a couple emails that we missed that one. So we're going to add Webb Street back on. Seconded by Councilor Turiel. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed, let the record reflect this. Saw 10 hands plus my own. On the third amendment, Councilor Medora.
The third amendment, I move to add under section 4, section 75A, to add parking prohibitions, towing zone, October resident parking is $50, and I will amend to add resident. So this one I actually had a question for Dave, because it's embedded in a table and it's weekends only. So
Councilor Medora moves to suspend the rules to allow Councilor Kuchar, it's getting late already. allow David Kucharski to address the council if he would. Seeing no objection. Mr. Kucharski, can you address this issue?
Council, you're looking for the exact section that you want to revise in the ordinance, or are you looking to be?
So it would just be changing from $40 to $50 year-round resident parking.
Month of October.
Month of October, but are we keeping the Friday to Sunday, or are we doing the whole week? I don't think we need the whole week. I think the weekend is enough. So we'd just be changing 40 to 50 for year-round.
That's fine. I'd say that once this is living in this ordinance, would we want to at some point revisit the area where it's living, or would we be revising that portion of the existing ordinance, or would it live in this section, this new piece? I guess that's my question. I don't know if something that Eileen can address.
Madam
City Clerk.
So just the way that it's written under 17A, you could do the $50 for the month of October, and strike every other wording if that's what you choose to do, because that's the only place that exists in the schedule of fines.
Right, in the table.
You do the 15 or the /50, or you can just make it $50 month of October for violation of the resident sticker parking. Is that, I had forgotten to get back to you on that, Dave. So that would be fine if you wanted across the board for the month of October for all the streets.
I think that would be sufficient if the council.
Will of the body, but you could do that.
Mr. President.
I guess with the way the temporary streets are written, that the temporary streets would be $50 a day, every day. My issue is that if someone who has a permanent pass can park on a temporary street and vice versa, if someone who has a temporary pass can park on a permanent, because now we're all in one big happy residential zone where it's more about being consistent with the residents, then we need to be consistent across the board. And if all these new signs have $50 fee put on them, then I think we should be consistent. I mean, that would just mean that if some savvy tourist looked at the green and didn't park on the green and parked on another street, then they would be back paying a smaller fine. And I just think that we need to be consistent. If we're going to print signs up that are going to say $50 for the violation, then I think it needs to be consistent. And I know I'm going to hear some of the arguments that on a Monday or a Tuesday or a Wednesday, if you don't want to ticket someone who's coming to visit anybody. I don't want to ticket anybody. But the fact of the matter is we have an influx of people, and how do we deal with the people? And we need to be consistent. And I think that if we printed up all these signs that say resident parking violation $50, because as the ward councilors who represent wards that have resident parking streets that are impacted during Halloween, we know we all get those requests to put the orange signs over the other signs because no one pays attention to the faded out white sign with the red lettering that says resident parking only. So then we ask DPS to put up more signs, and then where's the consistency with the underlying order would be if it's the underlying street where it's permanent is different than the temporary street. So that's just my whole opinion of the whole thing. We have to be consistent across the board.
Just to clarify, the way it's written, the way it's in the ordinance book, it doesn't specify 15/40 for temporary residents. It just says resident sticker. It doesn't say just for the temporary streets. So it would be for every resident street in the month of October, temporary or otherwise. Other than that, then it goes back to the $15 fee when it's not October.
Right.
It doesn't say just for temporary streets for the month of October.
So it'll be all residential restricted streets, either temporary or permanent.
Correct. So whether you want to do it 50 every day of the week or just do the 15 and the 50. I just want to clarify, it's up to you, but
no, I appreciate that.
But I just want to clarify it's all streets, any resident sticker street, not just the temporary or others.
Councilman Dorr.
Mr. President, so the amendment would be, for consistency's sake, would be striking October resident parking. It would be parking prohibitions, towing zone, resident parking.
For the month of October, $50.
Do you just want this for the month of October? You're looking to do this year round, I guess?
October only.
October only.
Okay.
You know what, so this is, Mr. President, if I may, I think this is what I was confused about, and I had emailed Madam C. Clerk and Dave about, like, what part of this does not achieve what we're trying to achieve. I think it does say October resident parking, as Madam C. Clerk pointed out. It doesn't say temporary. So it would be across the board, 50.
For resident violations during the month of October, whether it's temporary or permanent.
Yes.
Is that correct, Madam City Clerk?
That's the way I would interpret that, yes.
Is Mr. Kucharski still on?
Mm-hmm.
Dave, is that the way? Dave, I just want to make sure we get this right at this hour.
That's my understanding. It would be $50 every day of the month for both the year-round streets and the temporary. And I believe we did that last year as in an order. I don't know if we have that language, but that was what was done last year.
Okay.
Bring that consistency.
And that would be consistent with the signs we're having printed up?
So the signs were printed up would say $50. It also give the times where the resident parking, the temporary resident parking would be in effect.
Okay.
Mr. President.
Okay. And what other, if I may, what are those times?
Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. and Saturday and Sunday from 12 p.m. to 7 a.m.
So the weekends are all day, but during the week, they're open during the day?
Correct.
It's on page 21.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And that's on these signs we had printed?
Yes, that is on the signs.
Okay.
Mr. President, I have no further amendments.
Okay. I mean, I want to be consistent with the fines, but we can talk offline about something else. So Councilman Doyle's amendment is to increase the fine to $50 across the board during the month of October. Anyone have any further discussion on that?
Mr. President.
Councilman Doyle.
There is no amendment. The way it's written is reflected as such.
So there's no amendment, so we're just looking for second passage. That's the way the language is reflected that we passed for first passage?
Yes, and they've confirmed that.
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Dominguez. So for the record, there's no amendment. We just clarified the fact that the ordinance as we passed for first passage reflects the $50 fine. Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I want to ask a question to the Councilor Ward 2 and David. Does that include the congregational places of faith that we was discussing before? The $50 sign is going to be placed on those areas too? Because I thought we actually discussed that previously, where we decided not to target those areas to make sure that those congregations are free to park in that area based on the fact that if we have that signs over there, it's going to create a hardship to those for the community of faith.
In that instance, the signs will be are scheduled to be placed on the west side of Hawthorne Boulevard, but nowhere else in that particular location. But we will be working with staff and making them aware that there would be religious services, and that's one reason why we moved the Saturday and Sunday to noon. But we also are cognizant that people will still be going to various religious institutions in the downtown. So we'll make note of that with staff, and they're going out and walking their routes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councilman Medora is going to now ask for, move for second passage by roll call vote as amended with the 2 amendments relative to adding this Webb Street and changing the sign of that, of the side of the other street. So those are the only 2 amendments. The fine is consistent with what we agreed to 2 weeks ago. Is that correct?
Moved.
So moved by Councilor Medora. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Dibble.
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hepworth.
Yes.
Councilor Medora.
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo.
Yes.
Councilor Prosnewski.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Councilor Sargent.
Yes.
Councilor Torrio.
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of second passage on an ordinance as amended, we have 11 councilors voting, 11 affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries.
Mr. President.
We want to stay right here with, take up,
Mr. President.
yeah, sorry, Councilman Medora.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for immediate reconsideration in hopes it does not prevail so the staff can get these passes printed and mailed tomorrow.
That'd be great. Councilor Medora moves for immediate reconsideration. All those in favor? All those opposed? Opposed? Let the record reflect I saw 10 hands plus my own. Why don't we stay right here and finish this while we have Mr. Kucharski with us, because this next, and take up this next one, and then we can be done with the unfinished business. Councilor Medora.
We have a second passage of the following ordinance amending traffic relative to Holyoke Square, Gedney Street, and Margin Street.
Councilor Medora.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for second and final passage by roll call vote.
Councilor Medora moves for second and final pass by roll call vote. On discussion?
No discussion.
Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Dibble.
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hepworth.
Yes.
Councilor Medora.
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo.
Yes.
Councilor Prosnewski.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Councilor Sargent.
Yes.
Councilor Torrio.
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy.
Yes, on the matter of second passage for traffic ordinance relative to Gedney Street area, we have 11 councilors voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Councilor Medora. Are you looking for immediate reconsideration or on this one? Or?
No, Mr. President.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Councilman, I entertain a motion to go back to the regular portion of the meeting. I'm back on page 8.
So moved.
Council Medora moves to go back to the regular part of the meeting, back on page 8. So moved. Madam City Clerk.
We have a resolution declaring Indigenous Peoples' Day submitted by the mayor.
Council Marcillo.
The action's on page 11.
Yep, Council Marcillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Resolved in City Council September 24th, a resolution declaring Indigenous Peoples' Day. Whereas the land that is today called the City of Salem was, for millennia, before the arrival of Europeans here in 1626, called Namkeg, or fishing place, by the Massachusetts peoples who lived here and called this place home. And whereas Nanapashamet and many other Massachusetts tribal leaders led their people from Namkeg and the surrounding area for millennia. And whereas Salem recognizes, values, and celebrates the many contributions made to our community, our Commonwealth, and our country by Indigenous peoples now and throughout our history. And whereas Indigenous peoples of this region and throughout this nation suffered and endured egregious acts of cruelty, exploitation, dispossession, enslavement, and genocide. And whereas Salem today is a community that celebrates and welcomes everyone, is dedicated to pursuing equity and justice, and is committed to policies and practices that seek to undo systemic racism and discrimination. Therefore, we, the undersigned, hereby acknowledge that Salem is Indigenous land, honor the resilience, survivance, and continuity of the Indigenous peoples of our nation, and declare and recognize that the second Monday of October of this year and for all years henceforth to be Indigenous Peoples Day in the city of Salem. We call upon all residents of Salem to recognize and commemorate this occasion accordingly by reflecting on the legacy of the first peoples of this land, celebrating our contributions, and acknowledging the injustices suffered by them since 1626. And this is signed by 34 city leaders, including the mayor, the state senator, the state rep, many city councilors, school committee members, leaders in community organizations, as well as 6 institutional co-sponsors. And I move that this be adopted by roll call vote.
Council Balillo moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Masillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's a really well-worded resolution. And I also want to underline that this is not anti-Italian. I would never let something like that come before the city council. I don't know how that is perceived to be anti-Italian. And I will yield to other councilors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to say that I also keep mentioning many occasions that we have to be open to celebrate everybody's history and occasion. I think this is one of them. However, I hear a lot of people in the comments, in the public comments, where they actually have some concern on changing the date. I think that even though I'm in favor of this, I think this is a great thing that we celebrate not only the Italian Americans, but any communities. We think that we need to stop, take a look, maybe allow the public to get more used to and find a better day that everybody consensus understand that this is for everyone, not only for one side or one another. I feel that that's one of the issues we have when we propose any ordinance, that we only focus on one area. I think that we need to be open. As we are here in Salem, we are very diverse. So every voice matters, every community matters. So in that regard, I propose an amendment, a friendly amendment, if it's possible, that we can keep it in committee. We hear more, and we go ahead and make it happen. It's gonna happen. I think this is a great opportunity to celebrate that history that embark Salem, but no indispenses or other people who don't feel comfortable on some certain date that we already proposed. We hear comments on dates already proposed, June, November, whatever date, it's going to be perfect for this celebration. And I feel that we should keep it in committee to at least discuss this a little bit deeply and hear more from the public. That's my proposal. I don't know if it had to be an amendment, but I'm in favor of this, like I said from day one, and I'm willing to vote in favor, and I wanted to vote in favor, but I want to hear the public more on this, if we allow to. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Turiel.
I just know Councilor Flynn had his hand up first, so.
Oh yeah, I see. Oh, it's down on the little thing in the bottom. Councilor Flynn. Sorry.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you to the Ward 5 Councilor. I actually like to echo what the good at large Councilor Dominguez said. After listening to the people that spoke at public testimony and the emails that we've received, I think it'd be a good idea to keep this into or put this into committee. At the very least, strictly or strongly consider changing the date, maybe to November 29th. I think we'd be doing a disservice to the Native American Heritage Month, which is in November. Maybe we could pick a day in November, but I'll yield to that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be as short as humanly possible because it's almost 10 o'clock already. I see there's been a growing movement over the last decade or so to reconsider Columbus himself, and that I don't think is any disrespect to the Italian community. There are, at a federal level, there are months proclaimed, and we had a, shall we say, healthy debate over this 2 weeks ago. There are entire months designated as Pride Months for particular national groups. We have a lot of that going on throughout the country. Columbus Day is a federal holiday, so legally its name will only change if and when the federal government decides to do so as a federal holiday. But at least at the local level, I think that this is a change that's time has come. Columbus was not the first person to discover this country. It was well known to peoples long before that. He was not the first person to inhabit this country. There were people living here when he got here, and terrible things happened to many of those people. And at the hands of Columbus and his team. So I think that this is a change, at least in how the city refers to the date, that is reasonable, and I think its time has come. I'm perfectly comfortable moving forward with this, and our Italian American community here deserves respect and honor. I don't want to see Columbus's name as what is associated with it at this point. So I think we do better, and I think this is a movement whose time has really come. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of course, I fully support recognizing Indigenous people and their contributions, especially the Nomgig tribe from our area. But I don't know of any other holiday we have that is shared by two different groups. There's nobody has something else on 4th of July or St. Patrick's Day or Thanksgiving, and this is what this would end up being. Italian American Heritage Month is in October. So the Italian American holiday, now known as Columbus Day, is also in October. That makes sense. And it's by an act of the federal government. Then we have Native American Heritage Month, which is the month of November. Well, Native American Heritage Day is also in November. As I read it, it's the day after Thanksgiving. Again, it's by an act of the federal government. They made that holiday Native American Day, so it's there. It doesn't make sense to me to have Native American Heritage Month in November and then have Indigenous People Day in another month. To me, it should be sometime in that month on a federal level or maybe on a local level, as the day Steve Kapanis mentioned, that June 14th date, because it's significant to our city. But there may be a point in time when Congress decides to change the name of the Italian American holiday from Columbus Day to something else. But the holiday is not going away. Whatever name they decide to give it, it's still going to be an Italian American Heritage Month, and it's going to be a day for Italian Americans to celebrate their heritage and their contributions to our country. So, we shouldn't have two holidays on the same day, and that's what would happen there. Columbus Day is not going to go away if they change the name. It's still going to be a celebration day for Italian Americans. I don't believe either group should have to share a holiday. I don't know of any other time that's done in the whole year. They both deserve their own day of recognition, and that's why I don't believe Indigenous People Day should be on the same day as Columbus Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. On this one, like all my fellow councilors, I was also asked to endorse this. And I'm not listed on the long list of people who are endorsing this, simply because unlike the Speaker of the House, where she said, and she stated, we need to pass this now and we can read it later, I wanted to read the resolution. I didn't get a copy of it. I don't think anybody else got a copy of it until much later. So by the time I finally got a copy of it, it was past the deadline, so I couldn't endorse this as well. So having said that, I question the need to have two different groups being recognized on the same day. And there are many other dates that are more welcoming to the Indian population that are not on the same day. So I'm wondering why we need to, and we heard from several Salem residents of Italian descent here tonight, but also we all received many letters by email, by letter, whatever it be, a couple of texts I received as well from Italian Salem residents who wanted this to not happen this way. So I think we need to have more discussion on this. I'd like to see this go into committee. I personally reached out to the Seneca Nation of Indians, the chief, who is friends with my father, who invited my 3 sons when he found out that my kids were studying at Saltonstall School, the Mary Jemison and the history of the Seneca Nation in the Iroquois Confederacy. So we left Salem and went into his living room in far western New York and sat for 2 hours and got a great lesson about this and heard how he felt about Indian culture firsthand. I don't see any correspondence in here from the mayor at all from the Indians and how they feel about this. So I think we need to dig a little bit deeper because we do have other dates that may be appropriate and that would not be offensive to the Salem residents of Italian descent. So Mr. President, I'd like to motion that this be sent to committee for further discussion and to get it out of committee immediately with a date that we can agree to. Thank you, Mr. President.
Already a motion on the floor by Councilor Dominguez. It wasn't seconded, so now you got 2 motions.
Second.
Second to which one, Council?
Both. No. Either Council Dominguez first, so I'll second Council Dibbles for committee.
Okay. Whichever way you guys want to take it, that's fine. Any further discussion? Councilor Prosnowski.
After a lot of consideration on this, and I too signed the agreement because I felt that the indigenous people should be recognized. But after listening to all the comments, the witnesses, and everybody that's had a lot to say about it, I'm trying to put in my head exactly what was the reasoning for making it on that day when there are more significant dates for the indigenous people, like in June and like in November. Why did it have to be on Columbus Day? And for that reason, I'm skeptical about the motive behind this. Is it because of the current political condition that all of a sudden we're deciding to cause friction based on a lot of things? I haven't got all the answers right now, and I too would like to see this go in committee so it can be further discussed, just so that we can hash this out and come up with some kind of a consensus is what is fair and what was the motive for doing it, picking it right for that specific day. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none on Councilor Dibble's motion that was seconded by Councilor Sargent to send this matter to committee. Didn't even tell me which committee you want to send it to, Councilor. Government Services?
I'll leave it up to your wisdom and your recommendation here, and I'll support it.
I'll yield to the city clerk. What committee would this best be suited for? It's not public health, safety, and environment. It's not a legal matter. It's not a financial matter. It's.
Good night, if I may, Mr. President.
Council Dominguez.
I think that we already have government services dealing with the raising flag of the Italian and the Hispanic Heritage Month. And I think Councilor Divo handled it. Councilor Tim Flynn, handled that pretty well, getting in a good understanding with this administration. I think that due to that fact, I think that we should send it to government.
Fair enough. The motion would be to send, Council Dibble moves to send the matter to the Committee on Government Services co-posted. We'll have to go roll call vote on this one. Yes votes to send it to committee and no votes not to send it to committee.
Counselor Dibble?
Yes.
Counselor Dominguez?
Yes.
Counselor Flynn?
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth?
No.
Counselor Madore?
No.
Counselor Marcillo?
No.
Counselor Prosnowski?
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Counselor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Torrio?
No.
And Counselor McCarthy?
No. On the matter of sending this resolution to committee, we have 11 members voting, 5 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative. The matter does not pass. Councilor Masillo.
Are we?
Moves to adopt by roll call vote.
Yeah. Yes.
Councilor Masillo moves to adopt by roll call vote. Madam City Clerk, if you please call the roll. A yes is to adopt the resolution, no is not to.
Counselor Dibble?
No.
Counselor Dominguez?
No.
Counselor Flynn?
No.
Counselor Hapworth?
Yes.
Counselor Madore?
Yes.
Counselor Marcillo?
Yes.
Counselor Prosnowski?
No.
Counselor Riccardi?
Yes.
Counselor Sargent?
No.
Counselor Torrio?
Yes.
And Counselor McCarthy?
Yes, on the matter of adopting of the resolution, we have 11 members voting, 6 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative. The matter carries. Further communication, oh, no, where are we? Mayor's informational page. We already took up that. Motions, orders, and resolutions. Council Flynn.
Thank you, Council President. City of Salem and City Council, September 24, 2020. A resolution, the Salem Police Department. Whereas the mission of the Salem Police Department as stated is to enforce laws, protect individual rights, lives, and property, and to arrest those that need arresting, cite those that need citing, assist those who need assisting in order to improve public safety for everyone, reduce crime in our community, and diminish the fear of crime. We will utilize problem-solving strategies that focus on crime prevention, dispute resolution, and foster enhanced communication, cooperation, and involvement with the community. We will treat people with dignity and respect and deliver the highest standards of police service and assistance to all. We will do this with pride in our profession and with professionalism worthy of the badge. Whereas, as stated at salempd.org, the Salem Police are dedicated to using the philosophy and practices of community-oriented policing to increase the quality of life for Salem citizens by working in cooperation with Salem residents, businesses, educators, and government officials. We strongly encourage community involvement. Whereas, as stated on the Salem Police website, the Salem Police Department is dedicated to protecting and ensuring our community's safety and well-being. They ensure the fair and just treatment of all Salem residents, regardless of sexual orientation, gender expression, or identity. The Salem Police Department works hand in hand with the Mayor's Office and other city departments to properly and effectively address all civil rights issues in the community. Whereas Acting Chief Dennis King leads one of the best police departments in the state during a very difficult time in our history. His leadership and integrity will ensure that our office continue to provide compassion, protection, and safety to the residents of Salem. During our health crisis, the Salem Police Department has continued to provide frontline emergency services, including protecting our residents, administering Narcan, or performing CPR in order to save lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Salem City Council commend, recognize, and support the women and men of the Salem Police Department. Their services and sacrifices as the finest will always be appreciated. And I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Flynn moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. In this time, it's very difficult with everything going on with the world health crisis, the political atmosphere on the local and federal level, it's been very, very difficult for our officers. I'm proud to say I get to work with our local police department for the last 28 years on various calls, and I've always seen all of them. Very compassionate, very professional, and they do an outstanding job. I think this time, it's a good time for all of us to show that we do support our police department, that we do appreciate what they do, and we recognize what they do. And I want their morale to stay at a high level, again, during this difficult time. I think this is needed, and I truly hope we can pass this by an 11-0 vote, showing how much we support our officers and what they do for us every day. Thank you.
Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. With all the news that we see nationwide and statewide, it seems to me that we automatically have to reflect on who we are here in Salem based on the men and women that serve us. I think that's most of the thing that has happened nationwide do not really reflect in Salem. And my own experience with the police and the men that help us to be safe are positive. However, we cannot deny that it's an issue that we need to address. And I think that this administration and we all together combined have moved forward to get some solution based on the fact that we need to be more careful on trying to hire better quality of policemen to avoid or to prevent that things what happened nationwide happen here in Salem. So I'm in full support of this ordinance, supporting our men and women who are putting their life every day to protect our family and to protect us. So it's about time that, like the ordinance say, that we all understand that Salem is unique in this regard, and we need to continue to give them the support. Let's come all together as a community to try to fight for that racist and those rhetoric things that is happening nationwide to avoid that happening here in Salem. The only way we can do is by protecting each other, understanding each other, agreed and disagreed, and make sure that we continue to move forward. Like I say, I repeat myself, I think this administration is moving in a good way to try to prevent that anything that happened nationwide happen here in Salem. And I commend Councilor Flynn for bring this ordinance, which is this order, which is a very vague, and I think that I'm supporting this ordinance 100%. Thank you.
Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to simply agree and thank the good Ward 4 Council for bringing this forward and echo the comments of the at-large Councilor Dominguez just now. I think it's a little bit beyond what was written, and you simply can't put everything in here that probably should be in this. But I think Chief Butler, in addition to our existing acting chief, should be recognized. So Chief Butler did such a wonderful job in shaping the department, but not just the chief. I'm looking at a retired policeman here on the screen who also deserves a lot of credit, Councilor Prosnewski, who, not just him, but his former co-workers, both retired and the present ones, they have done and shaped a wonderful job for the younger officers who are in there now doing a tremendous job. So I want to publicly thank Councilor Prosnewski for his years of service, but also helped shape the police department along with Mary Butler and Dennis King and all the rest of the wonderful staff that we have in the police department. Again, I thank Councilor Flynn for bringing this forward. It's much needed at this time, whereas police officers are having bricks thrown on them, being spat at, but not here in Salem. Our officers know our city. They know a lot of the residents. The community impact unit does a great job of getting out there and working on some 50 or 60 different programs to help the city of Salem. We have a phenomenal police department, and I thank Councilor Flynn for recognizing them with his order.
Councilor Riccardi, then Councilor Pazuski, and then Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to show my support of the entire Salem Police Station and commend excuse me, their services and sacrifices, especially during these times of a global pandemic and civil unrest. I support the respect behind my fellow Councillor Flynn's resolution, which is well states the information found on the police department website. But that said, I do feel that the timing of this and some wording, including the blatant omission of people of color, to put it bluntly, is slightly tone deaf. We are in a state of civil unrest nationally, and we need to be working towards unifying, not dividing further. We should be working towards transparency, not dividing further. We need to be working towards community conversations, not providing blanket support. So again, while I support showing appreciation to our dedicated members of the service here in the city, and I will support this resolution, I really urge all of us to take pause and to think, especially if you have not already and you've just jumped to the defense mode, but to take pause and to think and to ask yourself, what have I done to support those in the community that do not feel safe? And finally, I'd like to respectfully ask for a minor amendment to include in the third paragraph. Let me just find it. It's the third whereas. I'm not sure if there's a technical term for whereas here on council, but to include before sexual orientation, to include regardless of race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, etc.
Seconded.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. So there's a motion on the floor by Councilor Riccardi, seconded by Councilor Dibble, to amend the third whereas, where it starts, they ensure the fair and just treatment of all Salem residents, regardless of race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender expression, or identity. Is that correct, Council? We're going to add the words race and ethnicity to that line. And that was seconded by Councilor Dibble. All those in favor of the amended language? Let the record reflect I saw 11 hands plus Councilor Sutton. Yep, thank you, 11. I saw 10 hands plus my own. Any further discussion on this matter? Was Councilor Prosnowski, then Councilor Madore.
I think I would be remiss by not making a comment on this, having spent most of my life serving the people of Salem by being a police officer in the city. I think what the people of Salem and the city council should understand is that every police department in every city in this nation has a different culture. Salem is not Minneapolis. Salem is not Chicago. Salem Police Department has began its transparency progress back with Chief Robert St. Pierre when the community policing initiative started, and he was an extremely liberal, progressive chief who demanded that our police department be transparent and working with the community, because the police, and there's an old saying that the police cannot do their job, protect the community, unless they're trusted by the community. And the police department has to be part of that community. The men and women of the Salem Police Department, unlike other police departments, there's a different type of caring over here. The people in this city, the police officers in this city, dedicate themselves to the community. We've had that reputation. So when we start talking about the national politics of what's going on, please don't paint everybody with the same brush. We can only control what we have in our community, in our police department. And our police department has been extremely progressive in being transparent and trying to be offering every type of open door services that would be expected of any good police department. And I think that if this nation was full of Salem police departments, we wouldn't be going through what we do now. I tip my hat to Councilor Flynn. I did not know about this order until I got my agenda and today and opened it up and read this and smiled. I wish he spoke to me. I could have added a few little bullets for him in there, but for him take this on at this time with this atmosphere was a pretty gutsy move. And I can tell you that the men and women of the Salem Police Department appreciate the fact that you brought this attention to the council and backing it up. My point is, we're different. We've always been different. It started years ago. We've been community-oriented, transparent, and trying to do the best for our community and treating everybody with extreme fairness. And I think you're going to see some of that come out between the Race Equity Task Force and some of the other programs that are going to be brought forward with the new regime. I think I just hope that you trust my word, just not to paint us with the same brush that you see happening in other police departments. So thank you, Councilor Flynn, and thank you, councilors, for letting me rant. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilman Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate and I'm grateful for all of my colleagues before me that put what I wanted to say more eloquently than I could have. And I do want to reiterate that it is my belief that the Salem Police Department is different from other community police departments in the country that get more airtime on the news than we do. Ever since moving to Salem, I have only positive experiences with the police department. Being a public official, sometimes I get harassed, and the police has just been so quick to respond. And it's really comforting to have police officers that recognize that value of community and knowing each other's faces. And my kids look up to the police officers when they see them on the street. And I think that's such a wonderful experience to have. And I'm grateful for the council from Ward 4 for bringing this in. I agree with amendments that were proposed and adopted. I think we talk a lot about how we're a welcoming, inclusive community. So we need to recognize that we are a community made up of different colors and shapes and sizes from different places, myself included. And I think that amendment it makes this resolution even stronger. And I'm also grateful for the counselor from Ward 7 for recognizing Chief Butler because she was right there with us at the beginning of the pandemic, carrying us through the crisis and having a very well-deserved retirement. And all that being said, I think that police officers are human beings, and like myself, a human being, we all make mistakes. But it's important to recognize mistakes, to learn from them, to grow from them. And I have seen a willingness from the Salem Police Department to do that. They've been a very open department, having a citizens academy and having an open door policy for anyone to reach out. And just next week, they're going to have a use of force policy town hall for citizens to ask questions about our local practices. So I think these are very important dialogues to continue to have, but we cannot just ignore that there is a lot of racial unrest in the country, and we need to strive to be the shining example for other community policing models throughout the country. And I think Salem is a great way to start. And we need to really promote what's great about our police department while also recognizing that we can fail and make mistakes and learn from them. So I think this is a great opportunity to have that dialogue. And I'm glad that we get the chance to recognize all the officers' efforts, because we all know it's not an easy job. And I just want to thank all the officers. Thank you.
Councilor Hapworth and Councilor Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to echo a lot of the comments that we've heard here tonight. It's, I think organizations are a reflection of their leaders always. And I think that when you look at the leadership that has been in the Salem Police Department over the last several decades, that's why we are where we are right now as a community. And I think that Salem isn't Salem without a police force like we have right now. So I'm thankful for that every day. I think that there certainly is a nuanced conversation around race equity and public safety, and there's a lot of things that we need to have a conversation around. but that doesn't include not recognizing police officers who've put their hand up to serve the community here. So I thank Councillor Flynn for bringing this forward, and I'm fully in support of this. Thank you.
You, Council Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, going through the past, Chiefs Conley, St. Pierre, Tucker, Chief Butler, now acting Chief Tennessee, always been ahead of our time. We did community policing when towns didn't even know what it was. I mean, 30 years ago, I think it was a sergeant at the time named Krasnewski come up to my neighborhood and sit on our porch with a bunch of us and do community policing and talk about issues that were going on when other cities and towns weren't doing that kind of thing. I mean, we have a community impact unit that's up walking around Salem State College at night, different neighborhoods, whatever the issue is. They're out there being proactive with it. I mean, there's so much going on there. And I've seen it from the time I've been a young child growing up in Salem all the way till nowadays, the way they are. I mean, of course, everybody has a few issues. Every family has a few issues. I don't know of anybody that gets things 100% right. I don't think that's ever going to happen. But that's what they strive for. And that's what I believe most law enforcement in the country strive for, is to get it right 100% of the time. And, you know, things happen awful fast, way faster than they happen at my job and at our job. And, when the guys that you're arresting and have difficult times with respect you, you know you're doing a good job. And I've stood with former Chief Tucker on 4th of July one time, just getting ready for the fireworks to come down Derby Wharf. And person after person came up to him, and about every other one that come up and say, hey, you know, Chief, how you doing? And how's everything going and all that? They'd walk away and he'd say, oh, that's somebody I had an issue with, and, you know, I think things are working out for them. So these are the guys that you've had to sometimes arrest that respect you. I know another policeman that was, when I was young, had his wife and 3 young kids in the car and went into Eaton's drugstore. In there, he saw a person who had an arrest warrant out for him. Talked to him, hey, how you doing? Didn't make a big deal of it. The guy said to him, why don't you bring me down to the station? He knew he had to go down there sooner or later. Moved the 3 kids over, put the guy in the car, and they took him down to the station. That's the way things happened in Salem when I was growing up. Stories like that. I mean, our police department knows how to police the community, and they also know how to police themselves. It was Chief St. Pierre some years ago when we had issues. They didn't sweep it underneath the rug. They called in whoever they had to call in, the FBI, any kind of federal group, to clean it up, and they did. And that's why they're respected, because they know how to police themselves also. And again, I mean, imagine, to stereotype any group of people by the actions of a few is a bad thing. Imagine if we were being maligned as a city council for some vote another city council took somewhere halfway around the country. That's just not fair. And stereotyping is not a good thing, and I don't think it's fair to stereotype 700,000 or so law enforcement people around the country for something a very small group of people do. And that's what's going on today nationwide, and I think it's wrong. And it's just, we have to support those guys. They're out there doing something we can never understand how difficult it is. So I wholeheartedly support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Flynn, have your hand up?
I did. Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to state one more time. This resolution, I could have wrote this resolution 20, 25 pages. There's so many people that I'd like to recognize, including the good at large, Councilor Prozowski. So many good leaders. That's what's made this department so great, from the top all the way down. Also, I can't thank enough the dispatchers and the support staff they have over there. Everyone over there is great. They do a great job. I wanted to keep it as meaningful as possible with the basic undertone that as elected officials, we support you. We have your backs, and we appreciate you, the work that you do in our community, keeping us all safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'm going to throw my own personal into this. I've been blessed to sit on the city council and work with some of the best police chiefs that I think I've ever known in Chief St. Pierre, Chief Tucker, Chief Butler, and now Acting Chief. It's just, as we sit here and we reflect on this pandemic and everything we go through, and we look at this resolution and we recognize our police force, at the same time as, anyone who has any beliefs that we're doing the wrong thing, I suggest they go out and buy a police radio and they listen. Because when everything was going on and there were people marching on the police station, if you listen to the police radio, the police were out doing their jobs. And part of their job was directing traffic so that the protesters could make their way to the police station and have their protest. And after a certain vote on the city council, when it became evident that a group was going to march to make a statement against the city council with regarding to defunding the police department, it became evident through the police department, through actions, that the group was going to march to my house, as is to make a statement, which I embrace and I give them every right to do so. But at the same time, as I just want to reflect that I have the utmost respect for the police department, because they're the ones who, if you've ever had to been told or recommend that it would be the best thing for you to do to leave your house in order to not incite people, in order to allow an event to occur so that it would disperse in an orderly fashion as to not affect your home or your neighborhood that you live in, and to have as many police officers drive by my house that afternoon to tell me I was doing the right thing and that they would make sure that my neighborhood was going to be safe and that we were going to be safe and that they would handle us. I can't tell you how much respect I have for the Salem Police Department and every single officer and every single man and woman it serves, because my own personal experiences far outweigh anything that I have ever seen or done on a local level, because they really do have everyone's best interests at heart. And I could go on at length about what they do, but if you've had to experience something firsthand like that, where as an elected official, you celebrate the fact that people have the right to protest and they have the right to do what they did. And I would never say that they didn't have the right, but to the fact that when it became evident that they were going to come to my house and to my neighborhood, and that they did the right things in order to safeguard my neighborhood and myself and my family, I could go on all night. But I want to thank people to understand that Salem Police Department is different. They do a great job. And just like none of us want to be lumped into any one category of how we act, I don't think that we should look into lump police officers or any public safety officials or servants into any one category, that we have to take everyone on their merits of what they do. And I'll be voting in favor of this resolution this evening. Thank you to indulge me. But anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will please call the roll. You're muted. So we all do it.
Councilor Dibble.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Honored to vote yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Madore.
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo.
Yes.
Councilor Kozmiewski.
I have to recuse myself because of my past employment and probably just vote present. But I do.
You're muted, Counselor. You got to turn your volume up.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, I can now.
Okay, I think I have to, I don't think I can vote on this because of my, my past job. I think I have to vote present, correct?
It's not a financial.
Yeah.
There's no financial interest. It's just a resolution recognizing. If you vote present, I'm going to declare the vote unanimous anyway. So do what you feel.
then I'll vote, if I can, then I'll vote yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes, in the matter of the resolution for the Salem Police Department, we have 11 members voting, 11 affirmative, none negative. Resolution passes. First, resolutions.
Council Masillo.
Council Masillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the year 2020, an ordinance to amend an ordinance relative to traffic, Chapter 42, Section 50B. Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Salem as follows. Section 1, amending Chapter 42, Section 50B, handicap zones, limited time, is hereby amended by repealing the following. Hathorne Street in front of number 77, for a distance of 20 feet, handicap parking only tow zone. Section 2, this ordinance shall take effect as provided by city charter. And I move for adoption for first passage by roll call vote.
Council Masillo moves for adoption for first passage roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Masillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is unfortunately a handicap spot that's no longer needed.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none on my squares. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Council DeVoe,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prosnewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of, in order to amend the traffic ordinance, Chapter 42, Section 50B, handicap parking, we have 11 members voting, 11 confirmed, none negative. Matter carries. Further motions, orders, and resolutions. Council Madore. On page 15.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just page 15. City of Salem City Council, September 24, 2020, order that the Committee on Government Services, co-post of the Committee of the Whole, meet to discuss creating a calendar to schedule flag raising events. And I move for adoption.
Council Madore moves for adoption. Under discussion, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a follow-up to a discussion we had within the body 2 weeks ago, I think there's a lot of opportunity to open up this flag raising to a bigger dialogue, and also in the interest of transparency, to have the committee talk about putting together a calendar of when the flags are raised and who are we recognizing, who are we celebrating, and to have create opportunities to learn about different cultures or different perspectives. And I think this, we always talk about, we wish we could raise flags for everybody. And thanks to Madam City Clerk, she had reminded me, we used to raise flags to recognize Israeli Independence Day, but we no longer do that. But we don't know why we don't. Maybe somebody had forgotten to carry on the tradition. And I think this is a way to just open up to invite the community to give their thoughts on, who gets to celebrate and why and how and when. I think this is a good way to promote cultural understanding, different perspectives, and just make the process overall transparent.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Marcillo.
Riccardi, I think.
I'm sorry, Councilor Riccardi. You squeezed it. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say a quick thank you to Councilor Madore for bringing this order. I have been asking so many questions around this and around flag raising and what's our process and why do we do things a certain way and why do some flags, and there hasn't really been a good solid answer as to why. And while I appreciate the historical background and perhaps some honorary sentiments that we have behind some of these orders, I don't feel that the one-offs here and there allow us to really have the entire holistic picture of representation. Why are we discussing this administrative responsibility kind of on the council floor sporadically? How do we have a discussion fully on in committee on how to best handle these? Really seems appropriate. And I appreciate the follow-up from our last meeting with this order.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none on Council Medora's motion that this matter be referred to the Committee on Government Services, co-posted Committee of the Whole. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect it was 10 hands plus my own. Further motions, orders, resolutions. Councilor Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ordered that the regular city council meeting scheduled for Thursday, October 22nd, 2020 be moved to Thursday, October 15, 2020 due to early voting and the presidential election.
You move for adoption by roll call?
So we move adoption for roll call vote.
Thank you. Under discussion?
Under discussion, well, October 22nd is my wife's birthday, so I decided to move the meeting to October 15th. So thank you.
There you go. I'm sure she'll be happy about that.
I've been there.
We've all been there. I think the order is self-explanatory. We did this 2 years ago with regards to the presidential election and all the work that the clerk's office needs to do. So we're just going to move the two meetings back to back in the month of October. And 2 years ago was more beneficial because we were all coming to these chambers downtown. Now I'm the only one that has to fight for a parking spot. So, but the city clerk has asked us, and I think it's we do this every 2 years, so I think it makes sense. Seeing no further discussion. Madam City Clerk, could you please call roll.
Councilor Dibble.
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Medor.
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo.
Yes.
Councilor Proznuski.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Councilor Sargent.
Yes.
Councilor Torrio.
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of an order that the regular city council meeting scheduled for Thursday, October 22nd, we moved to Thursday, October 15th. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further motions, order, resolutions. Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ordered that the Committee on Government Services co-posted with Committee of the Whole meet to discuss and recommend specific actions to be taken on the possible bullying, lying, and intimidation tactics by Mayor Kim Driscoll, sometimes by the mayor herself, other times via proxy, by certain city employees, certain board and committee members, and other mayoral supporters. These improper tactics are often used against city councilors who may disagree with the mayor or even simply have questions or concerns. Included in these was the outright recent bullying of at-large Councilor Domingo Dominguez in respect to two recent poorly worded housing initiatives proposed by the mayor. These matters were tabled, received from committee, only to be put back into committee and or then again tabled but not acted on. These tactics were simply to delay the votes for numerous weeks to allow for more time and for more bullying to take place in an attempt to try to force certain councilors, especially Councilor Dominguez, to switch their votes. Further, the mayor has repeatedly attempted to unethically and possibly illegally pressure city councilors to allow the mayor to win on every single issue, often without compromise by the mayor and often without questions allowed. In addition, the Government Services Committee is ordered to discuss potentially bullying tactics of a member of the Salem's No Place for Hate Committee and determine what action, if any, should be taken against the committee member. Be it further ordered that the city clerk, city solicitor, Salem police chief or designee, and human resource director be ordered to attend, and that the mayor and No Place for Hate Committee be invited to attend. And I respectfully ask for this to be cited by roll call vote. I move for adoption. Sorry.
Councilor Dibble moves for adoption. Under discussion, Councilor Dibble.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This has been going on for a little while, and like anything else that we do and write, we can pick apart the words and spin things around so that we'll find something that might be wrong with it, including the good Councilor Flynn's resolution today for the police department. We can find something wrong in just about anything, but the goal of this order was to get the bullying and intimidation by the mayor to simply stop. A former city councilor called me yesterday and said the bullying has been going on for years. He was a councilor a while ago. That the mayor would put out a call to action, in his words, to complain tonight about the order. To have lots of people complain about the order tonight. And that the mayor would convince 6 councilors at least to stop the order so she would not have to face her accused and would just continue bullying to win at every matter. Perhaps the mayor is listening, as I received no bullying on the matter prior to this meeting tonight, and nor did anybody speak tonight on the mayor's bullying. So this might be a good start. We might be changing things. But I am concerned about the mayor's comments in the newspaper stating she did not know what I was talking about, nor had I ever approached her on this topic. But prior to COVID, at my request, I did meet with the mayor. I met, and I invited the city clerk and the city solicitor, and the 4 of us as friends for the last 3 decades or so, the 4 of us discussed the mayor's tactics to allow her to win, often without compromise. We met for just over an hour. We talked about everything, not everything in this order, but the whole gist or the spirit of this order. For over an hour we talked, and perhaps the mayor forgot. But in the newspaper she says I've never approached her. I spoke in July before the city council, and I addressed the bullying issue that's been going on, and I asked the mayor to publicly asked the mayor to apologize to the good Councilor Dominguez for what he had been going through for not just a couple of days, but for about a month and a half or so, many, many weeks. He was hammered upon, as were a couple of other councilors who had disagreed with the mayor. I'll be polite. Instead of apologizing, the mayor continued some of the bullying, but this time without mentioning Councilor Dominguez's name, right on the council floor. That bullying was not stopped. It was not stopped earlier in the night, and it's too bad because it should not take place. I look forward to the bullying matter to being heard in committee, and hopefully resulting in the bullying by the mayor to simply stop. Thank you, Mr. President.
Anyone? Council Dominguez, anything on this one? Considering the councilor mentioned your name at least 12 times. Council Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do support every word that the good Councilor Debo just mentioned. I was brutally impacted by the way he was treated in this specific term. And I also look for this to end. I think that's, if we want a healing, if we do want it to have a functional body, a democracy in Salem, we need to have that conversation deeply. We need to call everyone in action on this matter because this needs to stop. And I also wanted to mention that we as a leader, if we don't, that's why we see a lot of bullying. That's why we see eventually nationwide. That's why we see community against community. We need to stop the bullying. We need to make sure that if I don't agree with any one of you, that doesn't mean that I am a bad person. No, that means that I look at the issue in a different way. And we need to understand that we are professional now to continue to move forward. I have to say that throughout this process, I learned the hard way on how to be a politician. I'm not a politician myself. I've never been in this before. In many times, I was about to quit because I said it's not worth it to stay in something that I feel that I'm doing it for the betterment of the people. And all the thing that I receive is bullying. And when you have at least the intention to see that's coming from people that you expected to be the leader, that's worth enough. And I think that I have a conversation with the mayor. I understand where she's coming from, but she never retracted herself. And I think we need to go deeply, and we need to understand that we are promoting the new generation of leaders. And if we are not acting as a leaders the way we're supposed to, we're in deep trouble. And this needs to stop. We need to make sure that we heal this situation if we don't want this to continue to happen and we don't see another repeat history what we see nationwide. This needs to stop. Thank you.
Anyone else? Prosnowski.
Yes, I can only speak for myself on this point. The fact that I don't think I've ever been bullied by the mayor, even though I was on the negotiating team for the police department's union. I never experienced any bullying, and I certainly didn't experience any calls or references to any of the issues in my short term here. I think what's happening here is something that these are serious accusations. So I think the police officer part of me wants to hear the evidence, wants to hear witnesses. I don't think that this is the forum at a council meeting to be able to do this. Maybe there should be a committee meeting based on what's being said, and maybe the other councilors can provide some evidence and some witnesses that show that something is going on. That, because I'm hearing bullying, but I don't think this is the forum or the arena to ask, well, what kind of bullying is going on? It's almost like airing dirty laundry. I think we should meet in a committee or in some maybe executive session and hear from witnesses and get some evidence as to what exactly is going on. Thank you.
Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think there's some confusion here between politics and bullying. And politics is when you have a position on an issue, whether it's an issue that's the majority, that you agree with the majority, or an issue when you agree with the minority. And the majority tries to see if they can get their vote passed. The minority on some of the stuff that we were talking about tries to see if they can hold their line. And people in the public weigh in to us, whether they're in favor of things or against things, and we take that and we ultimately act as a body. I've had in my 9 years now a lot of people be really mean and nasty to me online and send me, nasty emails and occasionally nasty phone calls, and that's part of being in the business. You get them, you deal with it, you do your stuff, and you move on. I've on occasion, not often, but I've occasionally disagreed with the mayor, and I've had arguments with her, but she's never, tried to bully me around. She's tried to get her position across, and sometimes I've, been amenable to it, and sometimes I haven't. I think this is, we're discussion on poorly wording. I think this is possibly the most poorly worded thing that's ever come before the body. And there's a long list of things that we've gotten, including some that I've produced that haven't been put together very well. But this is possibly the low mark for us as a body trying to push this forward. So if there's actual activity that's not lawful going on, we have an attorney general who should be alerted to it. If there's other stuff going on that's just politics, you play politics. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, you deal with it. And that's pretty much it. As far as I'm concerned, you can move the question.
Anyone else? Councilor Masilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is against my better judgment that I even offer comment regarding this matter, but I feel like enough is enough on this, and after the last meeting also. The grievances described in this order are nothing more than politics, and in fact, this order is nothing more than politics. At the first City Council meeting I attended after last November's election, several councilors approached me to offer congratulations. But what I will never forget were Councilor Sargent's words to me, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said, "You're a smart person, do your homework, do the research, talk to constituents, and decide how to vote. Vote the way you think, and don't let anyone tell you how to vote." And that's what I do, and I look at the data, and I do a lot of reading, and I go to a lot of meetings to understand the issues. So I also want to say that at our City Council retreat in January, we talked about respect towards each other. And we agreed to move forward with respect, not partaking in angry outbursts, not calling others out on social media. But somehow this resolve never took. This order is simply the latest example of disrespect and division being hurled at the council. But this one is more public than a social media post or appearances on local cable television shows. If I can bring this back to Ruth Bader Ginsburg for a moment, Justice Ginsburg and Justice Scalia held opposing judicial philosophies, but they were great friends. They argued emphatically in court, but outside of their job, they valued their friendship and spent a great deal of time attending operas and traveling together. They focused on their common interests and left their legal decisions at the office. So my one question is, where does this end? When does this stop? These baseless accusations. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I guess before we take a vote, my only comments on this are, I'm disappointed that it's come to this point, because in my 13 years on the council, there's never been anything more important to me than the body itself, and the council, and what it represents, and what we do as a body, and how, whether or not we agree or disagree with each other, how we deal with each other, especially, I usually use the term when we cross the threshold. And I think Council Masilla just referred to it as, you know, we can have the heated discussions in this room that I'm sitting in by myself, and now we're all on Zoom and I'm looking up at the big screen so I can see your faces. But in 13 years, I can honestly say that if I've had a disagreement with the mayor, as Councilor Porosnowski alluded to, my father taught me a long time ago to never air your laundry in public. I would go into the mayor's office. We would close the doors and we would have it out. And that's just the way it is. And it's happened more than once. And I'm not going to tell you the nature of what those conversations were or what they pertain to, but in over 13 years, the mayor and I have got to become friends. But at the same time, as we've also developed a mutual understanding and idea of where the agenda should move and where things should be going. So she and I agree on a lot of things. But when we disagree, I tend not to do it in public. I tend to do it in our office, and we have it out, and it's over. And that's just the way it is. But when a member of the body is going to, through a course of a couple of orders, is going to accuse the body, certain members of the body, of not being professional, unethical, and then turn around and accuse the mayor, as it's written, certain members of the city staff, members of boards and commissions, and members of the public who support the mayor are going to bully. Well, let's be 100% honest. Because Councilor Dibble brought it up and he referenced a matter that he termed poorly worded housing amendments. Okay. Well, one of those amendments came in, and before the pandemic, as I would do, I would have my every other week meeting with the mayor. I sat down with the mayor and she told me she was going to bring ADUs back in. And this was after the year before. We spent a good part of the year arguing ADUs and it got shot down. She informed me that a certain member of the council had approached her. They had had a conversation. They sat down with city staff, and that member, the at-large councilor, signed on to support the ADU. I said, okay, if you think that we've got the 8 votes, then we'll move forward. Well, over the course of time, councils are allowed to change their minds, and if they publicly state why they've changed their minds, so be it. That's just the way it is. But if you think that the mayor bullied one of our members by leaving things in committee or tabling matters, the last time I checked, the mayor doesn't have a vote to table. The mayor doesn't have a vote to relieve in committee. But 6 or 7 members of the council can look at 6 months of time that we spent trying to come up with a plan of action in order to move something forward, in order to then have one member who had signed on and said, yep, I'm supportive, change his mind. Then the body politically has every right to leave something in committee and or table something or take any other political maneuver that any one of us can take on in order to keep something in committee to quote unquote put pressure on somebody who has changed their mind. And that's politics. That isn't bullying. If you believe that's bullying, then so be it. I guess there's a different perspective of bullying in politics. If you're going to get out and make a public statement and publicly sign a piece of paper and say that you're in favor of something and then change your mind, you better be able to explain yourself, and you better be able to explain yourself to the body, and then the body has every right to do whatever they can within their power in order to recoup a great amount of time and effort that was spent in order to try to move something initiative forward. That's not bullying, that's politics. And unfortunately, there is I've heard of the call to actions and everything you're referencing, and you know what? It works both ways on both sides, and I've seen it over my 13 years. But I can honestly say that the mayor has never, we've had discussions, the mayor's never once told me how to vote on something, and after 14 years, I can honestly say that social media, I'm not a fan. I try to stay away from it. I use it as a tool to inform people of events, what's happening, snow emergencies, trash pickups, or whatever. But when it comes to being called out on social media, I try to respond as best and as succinctly as I can, and then do my job and not fuel the flames of social media by continuing to persist in it. It just, as someone explained to me a long time ago when Council Sergeant, remember when Nelson Benton was writing editorials for the Salem Evening News, they print papers and they buy ink by the drums. I could write a letter to the editor, but or editorial page, and Nelson Benton, God love him, he would have something to say about any one of us. And I was always told, you can't argue against people printing by the drum. Well, it's more from papers to social media. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people in social media they have every right to say what they want to have to say, but you also have the right not to listen to things that you don't feel like you need to listen to. But I don't consider, in some of their actions, are borderline bullying. I would agree with that, but I didn't see the mayor's name on any single one of those, unless she's got some alias that on Facebook, which I don't believe she has, then it wasn't the mayor. So to make an unfounded accusation, and I will say what Councilor Prosnowski stated, where is the evidence? Because I don't see the bullying. I just see it's politics. It's hard-nosed politics, and sometimes just this is the way it is. And that's just my opinion of it. For me, it's like I wish we could move past this, because for me, it's always been, in my last 13 years, it's always been about the body and doing what's right to make the body look good. Because I could cite numerous examples of certain individuals of the body did a certain thing or did something, and then a year later, people don't remember who the individual was. They remember that the council failed to act, or the council did this, because it's the body that gets remembered in its actions, and it's not the individuals. Because whether you like it or not, however you vote on a vote, it's the council acted X way or Y way or Z way, and over time they forget who voted which way on what thing. And if you can believe that, someone can ask me how on a big vote what the vote was, and I'll probably get a bunch of them right, but I won't get them all right. And that's just the way it is. And I could run through a whole bunch of hot button topics over the years of the way things were. And it's just the way it is. And I'm disappointed that we've come to this point. And I would hope that the body could rise above this and understand that politics is politics, but I've said too much. Anyone else? Seeing none. Oh, Councilor Marcillo. Why do I keep doing that? Councilor Riccardi, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, I've been slow with my hand too. It's getting kind of late this evening, so I will be brief. I think this has kind of been spoken to too much, in my opinion, and I do not want to provide more oxygen to this. But I just want to make a comment. The term bullying has been thrown out a lot this evening, which many of us have commented that sounds like lobbying or politics. And I want to make sure that those that are listening, those residents that are providing their opinions to us, that are living through a global pandemic, that are worried about their next meal, about keeping a roof over their head, they're paying attention to us and they are providing us their opinions and their feedback. That's how government works. Step one, you support an issue or not. Step two, you contact your elected official to tell them that. That's not bullying, that's politics, and I want to make sure that we are not disenfranchising the public by telling them that they cannot do that anymore because it was a call to action or it was coordinated by someone. To me, that's very disheartening, and that's the scariest part of this. I only recently have become involved in politics myself as well, and I've had a very interesting first year. And as part of that first year, a lot of my concerns are, I hope people aren't watching too closely, because who would want to get involved in politics with all of this and all of these things that have been going on in the past 12 months? Because that's not how it should be worked or how it should happen. We need to figure out how to get past this, how to work collaboratively, how to get things done, how to not disenfranchise those residents that are reaching out to us and wanting to engage with us and provide feedback. How can we listen and how can we work and go forward from that? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just provide two brief comments. Leaders take criticism. Always. We've all, and I know that the Ward 7 councilor knows this, and I know that he's taken criticism in the past. We've all got criticism. We've all had unfair things said about us. It's just part of the job. It's part of it, leadership at any level. And then point number two, there is no vast conspiracy in the city of Salem right now. I have received 4 text messages in my entire life. I know we're not talking about text messages right now. I've received 4 text messages in my entire life from the mayor, and one of them was about pickleball. There is not a vast coordinated conspiracy to control city councilors around here. We have our own opinions. Some of us align with each other, some of us don't. There's certainly a lot of supporters and detractors around the city that have their opinions, and they reach out or they don't reach out. But I really hope we can move past this. There's a lot right now that we need to discuss as a city and as a body. And we've spent way too much time at this point discussing this issue.
Thank you. Councilor Madore. And then Councilor Flynn. I'm sorry. Councilor Flynn is actually the only one doing the right thing. He has this little thing raised, the hand raised, and I'm always looking for hands, but I'm now I got the blue thing recognized over there. Councilor Madore, then Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd be happy to allow Councilor Flynn to go first.
No, I saw you first. So that's fine. I only saw it after the fact. But. Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I've been watching the clock, and we started this discussion at around 10:39, 10:40. It's been about 25 minutes, and I want to make several points, but I'll try to be brief. I think we need to try and heal. I'm not sure what the order is hoping to achieve other than create more pain or shame. I really enjoy our council retreat at the beginning of the year where we talked about how we can better communicate with each other and work together and build bridges. More than ever now is the time to build those bridges. I would, and regardless of whether my colleagues agree with me or not, I always return their phone call. And I think you all know that. If you call me and I didn't pick up, I was probably busy with something, I call you back. And I'm always open to hearing your ideas. I might say no, but I always call you back. And we have a respectful discussion. So I do want to invite my colleagues to work with me on some of these issues that have been on my mind, that I would have rather talked about in these past 25 minutes. I would have rather talked about this more than 6,000 low-income households we have in Salem that pay more than a third of their paycheck for rent or mortgage. I want to talk about how our public housing waiting list is at least 3 years long, and Section 8 vouchers are 10 years long. I want to talk about how we can work together, this body with the administration, to put together a condo conversion ordinance so we would stop the rapid gentrification that's happening in the city. We need some kind of a condo conversion ordinance to stop that or slow it down. I want to talk about how we need to require developers to build affordable housing. I think we reached a point where there was a possibility of compromise. I want to continue that conversation and see how we can get to yes. I want to talk about how we are giving away land to developers and not requiring them to build any affordable housing. I want to talk about how to amend our city ordinances to require it. The courthouses, the SRA is making a decision tonight on selecting the development team. They could have had made that decision while we were having this conversation the last half hour, and we are not even thinking about it. That is appalling to me. I want to talk about the EDR, the Economic Recovery Task Force. When we surveyed our restaurants, 50 restaurants responded just a few weeks ago. We asked them, are you going to make it through the winter? About a third of them said, we're probably going to close or we're probably not going to make it. This body can issue emergency funding, authorize emergency funding to help restaurants buy the heaters. And I'm glad to hear from the mayor earlier this evening that we're doing just that. Maybe we need to get them some blankets for their customers to come and still sit outside. And I know this is being done in Europe right now. Buy them some blankets, buy them more PPE. I think these are the things we need to be focusing about. And now it's going on 35 minutes. I want to talk about public toilets. Our public toilets are not open. At Town Hall, at Artist Row, at the Visitor Center, they are not open during the busiest time of the year, in the middle of a pandemic, when we will be seeing a lot of people who want to go to those public toilets and don't want to go to a porta potty. I want to talk about that. I would really prefer talking about public toilets. I want to talk about how we only approved a budget of $50,000 for traffic calming this year. The top issue I get in my role as a ward counselor is traffic, and how families don't feel safe crossing the street, how they feel they're going to be run over, and cars are speeding down the street, and people are not parking right, and yada, yada, yada. But we approved $50,000, down from $75,000 last year, to address those issues. That's 0.2% of our annual budget. I would rather talk about that. But here we are talking about how we will probably further divide ourselves with disagreements. And, you want to talk about bullying? Sure. I like all the counselors, and I feel sorry that we are all feeling perhaps some level of pain of receiving nasty comments. I myself get it. Now, I know what I look like. I know where I'm from. I have received comments that ask me to leave, go back to where I came from, take my ideas elsewhere. Those messages are painful, but I know it's the price, it's the sacrifice we make to have these discussions that benefit the people we serve. And whether or not they agree with us, we make those sacrifices because we know in our own way we're doing the right thing. So I would like to move on from this. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. On a positive note, you know, we've been together for 9 months. I did enjoy the retreat back in January. I think we've done some good things. Don't forget, we were thrown into a world health crisis. Definitely making things a lot tense. Probably not making things easier on the political side of it, or for, you know, sometimes for everyone to get along and work together. But you know what? We're going to be together for another 15 months. I'd like to see us do some great things. I'd like to see this just end tonight and let us move forward. I think we all do respect each other. Sometimes we might come across a little different. We're all different personalities, 11 of us. But like I said, I'd like to see us in the next 15 months. We're going to get through this crisis. Like I said, we've done some good things, and just move forward, basically. I want to stay positive, and I want us all to work together and move Salem forward and listen to our constituents. That's the whole reason we're here, is to listen to the people that voted us in. And I hope, God willing, we can do that. Thank you.
Me too. Anyone else? Seeing none, on Councilor Dibble's motion that this, sorry I lost it, this matter be referred to the Committee on Government Services co-posted?
Yes.
And I believe he asked for a roll call vote. Is that true, Councilor? It's true. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll? The yes vote would mean to send it to committee, and no vote would be not to send it to committee.
Councillor Dibble.
Yes.
Councillor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn. Can you unmute yourself, please, Councillor Flynn?
Sorry about that. No.
Councillor Hapworth.
No.
Councillor Madore.
No.
Councillor Marcillo.
No.
Councillor Presnewski.
What was that, Council? No?
No.
Thank you.
Councillor Riccardi.
No.
Councillor Sargent.
Yes.
Councillor Turio.
No.
And Councillor McCarthy.
No. On the matter of the Council Dibble's order to be sent to the Committee on Government Services regarding bullying, we have 11 members voting, 3 in the affirmative, 8 in the negative. The matter does not carry and will not be sent to committee. Further motions, orders, and resolutions. Are there any? Want to bring one, the late one? Nope. Okay. Committee reports. Council Dibble.
One second.
Yeah,
What page are we on? We've been bouncing around. I apologize.
Page 17.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yep.
Eileen reads, our city clerk reads.
No, you can just read the committee report. You can read it right off the screen on 17, or I believe Maureen emailed you in the backup for your committee report. One or the other.
I'm looking at only one screen.
Okay.
So I offer the following report from the Committee on Public Health, Safety, and Environment, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of a petition from Steve Kapanis to address the city's compliance to ADA law as considered said matter, and would recommend that the matter remain in committee.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? Let the record reflect I saw 9 hands plus my own. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion, Councilor Dibble.
Yes, very briefly, we had a very good meeting with the mayor and many others in attendance. The committee is waiting for some additional information to address the concerns of Mr. Kapanis. The mayor has promised to get us that information fairly soon, and then we'll reconvene and determine what action, if any, to take place at that point. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none on Council Dibble's motion that this matter remain in committee. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect I saw 10 hands plus my own. Further committee reports. Council Dibble.
With the following report for the Committee on Public Health, Safety, and Environment, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of plastics, straws, styrofoam, cigarette butts, nip bottles, etc. Has considered said matter, would recommend the matter remain in committee.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect this on 10 hands plus my own. On adoption of the recommendation and discussion, Council Dibble.
Yes, we had a very good meeting. Salem Sound Coast Watch is kind of playing a lead in helping this guide to help protect the local environment in Salem Harbor, Salem Sound, and some of the plastic pollution that is forthcoming. We should look for a draft ordinance to be submitted to the City Council towards the end of this year, and possibly some other steps and other recommendations. So we'll be meeting again fairly soon, and it will be co-posted, and hopefully you all can attend. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to share that I'm grateful for Council from Ward 7 to continue the discussion. And I was not able to go to the committee meeting because of a conflict, but I look forward to joining the next one. I do want to share that, in the time of economic downturn where restaurants are really struggling, I just want us to keep in mind that when we're banning these plastics or styrofoam, we really need to think about what additional impact we have on the restaurant industry. They will have to go out and purchase additional equipment to stay afloat. And when we join that discussion, I just hope that that's on our minds. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, on the adoption of the recommendation that this matter be remain in committee, all those in favor? Like the record reflects on 10 hands plus my own. The matter remains in committee. Further committee reports. Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem City Council, September 24, 2020, Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs, composed of a Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of hearing request from Thomas Ballard and his denial of public guide license. Committee has considered said matter and would recommend a favorable recommendation to reinstate Mr. Ballard's tour guide license.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a hearing with Mr. Valor. In attendance was Acting Chief Dennis King and our City Solicitor Beth Renard. We went over a previous letter of agreement between the city and Mr. Valor, given that his license was revoked previously. So the chief, after reviewing recent records and information, found that he had not violated the agreement, so we didn't see any reason why we should deny him a license, in addition to several emails that we had received as a committee to support his reinstatement as a tour guide. So we happily returned the license to him so he can get on with providing some excellent tours in the city, especially in this month.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. What kind of vote does this require, Madam City Clerk?
Normally just a hand vote. If you want a roll call vote, you certainly can.
I'll do roll call, please.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Counselor Flynn,
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth,
Yes.
Counselor Madore,
Yes.
Counselor Marcillo,
Yes.
Counselor Prosmuski,
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi,
Yes.
Counselor Sargent,
Yes.
Counselor Torrio,
Yes.
and Counselor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the reinstatement of Mr. Vala's license, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further committee reports, Councilman Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. The City of Salem City Council, September 24, 2020, Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs, co-posted a committee on the whole to whom was referred. A matter of hearing request from Julio de Jesus, denied taxi operator, has considered said matter and will recommend favorable action with condition to reinstate his operator license.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? The matter, let the record reflect that I saw 10 hands plus my own. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion, Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the hearing was conducted under executive session, I will not discuss further details. However, we felt that it was necessary to put condition on the return of the license, specifically 2 motor vehicle infractions that would cause suspension of the license.
Okay. So the recommendation would be to allow Mr. De Jesus to continue with his taxi operator license as conditioned.
As conditioned, yes. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Counselor Dibble,
Yes.
Counselor Dominguez,
Yes.
Counselor Flynn,
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth,
Yes.
Counselor Madore,
Yes.
Counselor Marcillo,
Yes.
Counselor Prosmuski,
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi,
Yes.
Counselor Sargent,
Yes.
Counselor Torrio,
Yes.
and Counselor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the reinstatement of Mr. De Jesus taxi operator license, as conditioned, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, and none in the negative. Matter carries. Further communications communications from city officials.
We have the following order from the city solicitor. Ordered that the Salem City Council hereby authorizes the mayor to execute an easement for the benefit of 47 Levitt Street LLC at its new housing development at 47 Levitt Street. This easement shall provide air rights above the sidewalk to enable the construction of balconies and bay windows.
Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Madore moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do not have any questions on this project, seeing as it's not in my ward. I understand that maybe perhaps you have some questions.
Thank you.
And I would just, Mr. President, I had forgotten that Attorney Grover is on the meeting. We should have taken this out of order, so I appreciate his patience, but he is with us this evening.
Really? Wow. Hopefully I say it right, because I've had a discussion with Attorney Grover. Specifically to these properties, these were properties that have been that were permitted a couple years ago. They went through a friendly 40B process, and in order to the lending institutions, they're ready to move forward with these. And let me state that these projects are 100% affordable. And in my conversations with Attorney Grover, the actual balconies and or bump outs that they need the easements for, and let's be specific, these aren't on ground level, these are up on the upper levels. The easements are actually for shapes in the building that are actually contoured to make the building more energy efficient by creating shadows on certain windows so that the sunlight is dispersed in such a way that it doesn't require the building to require as much air conditioning, and that was the intent of the design. So even though they're termed as balconies, they're non-functional balconies. They're positioned in certain ways in an orientation of the building to provide shade on other windows in the building during the summer months so that the building will become more energy efficient. So anyone who had any questions about anybody climbing out on a balcony over a city sidewalk, the balconies themselves are not functional. They're just an architectural element of the building that's designed in order to make the building more energy efficient, which I found fascinating from a building standpoint. So, but that's why they're asking for these easements, and it's in no way is it any encroachment on city property. It's just in the airspace above a sidewalk at the upper levels of a building. So I would be, as this project is already permitted and they're in the financial phase and they need this easement for the lending institution, and where these projects are wholeheartedly 100% affordable, I would move to grant this application by roll call vote. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Madam, Councilor Sargent, I'm sorry.
Well, thank you. No, I just want to give credit for this, because I mean, this is if I read it right, it's about 10,000 square feet and 24 units of affordable housing, and the friendly 40B, which I'm happy to say allows them to do this without a zoning change that would affect a whole neighborhood or a whole part of the city. They're able to keep it right to this project, and I think it's a great idea to work that when you can. So I thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Krasnowski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the order hereby authorizing the mayor to execute an easement for the benefit of 47 11th Street for air rights over the city sidewalk, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, and none in the negative. The matter carries. Further communication, city officials.
We have an order from the city solicitor that the Salem City Council hereby authorizes the mayor to execute an easement for the benefit of 34 Peabody Street, Inc. as its new housing development at 34 Peabody Street. This easement shall provide air rights above the sidewalk to enable the construction of balconies and bay windows.
Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Madore moves for adoption by roll call vote. On a discussion, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is similar or almost the same request as the previous one.
Yes, it is. I would wholeheartedly support a move for adoption by roll call vote. Anyone else? Seeing none, and before we take the vote, I just also want to thank Attorney Grover. He and I had a conversation. I told him he didn't have to be here. Obviously, we wanted to make sure this went through, so he stayed on, and hopefully he was watching the football game or something while this was going on. So thank you, Attorney Grover, for taking the patience of indulging us. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Krasnowski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of an order to authorize the mayor to execute an easement for the benefit of 34 Peabody Street and its new housing for air rights above the city sidewalks, we have 11 members voting, 11 in affirmative, none in negative. The matter carries. Petitions.
We have a petition from National Grid to install 2 conduits at 1 Jefferson Ave.
Hearing ordered October 8th.
We have a petition from Comcast to install a conduit at 41 Lafayette Street.
Hearing ordered October 8th, 2020. Further petitions.
We have a list of public guides and taxi operators.
Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that these be granted.
Council Madore moves that these be granted. On the discussion?
No discussion.
No discussion on Council Madore's motion that they be granted. May I see a show of hands? We have 11, all those in favor, we have 11, and all those opposed, none. Let the record reflect this, I saw 10 hands plus my own. Further petitions.
We have one taxi operator license.
Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that this be denied.
Council Madore moves that this be denied. Any discussion?
No discussion.
Seeing none, the Council Madore's motion that this matter be denied. All those in favor? All those opposed, let the record reflect this, I saw 10 hands plus my own. Further petitions.
We have two claims.
Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move these be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs.
Council Madore moves that these matters be referred to the Committee on License Orders and Legal Affairs. All those in favor? All those opposed, let the record reflect this, I saw 10 hands plus my own. We already took care of the unfinished business. We did. Anyone else before I entertain Council Sergeant with a motion adjournment? Seeing no hands, Council Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adjourn, please.
Council Sergeant moves that we adjourn. All those in favor? All those opposed? We stand adjourned. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.